baby. What happened? Must have touched it. This is for the shorts. You don't know what's going on. You've been away for far too long. I don't know why it stops. Come back and think you are still mine. You're out of touch, my baby, my poor discarded baby. Say, baby, 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 you're out of time. Well, baby, 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 you're out of time. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. You are left out of there without a doubt. 'Cause baby, 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 you're out of time. The girl who wants to run away discovers that she's had her day. It's no good thinking that you are still mine. Out of touch, my baby, my poor unfaithful baby. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. Well, baby, 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 you're out of time. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. Yes, you are left out of there without a doubt. 'Cause baby, 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 you're out of time. You thought you were a clever girl, giving up your social world, but you can't come back and be the first in line. Oh no, you're obsolete, my baby, my poor old fashioned baby. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. Well, baby, 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 you're out of time. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. You're left out of there without a doubt. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. That's my message to the shorts on Railtown. I know it's terrible to put you through that torture, but I'm running out of things to do and say. I think I sang that song once before, so I'm even doing a retread of horrible, a retread of terrible. But you pay your money, you take your chances. So we have a new number. I'm not going to write it all out again. I'll just cross this out. We are now at 12,078,148 shares of Railtown. I haven't changed this number because I was using the Yahoo outstanding number, which I think is still accurate. But it seems like there's more shares looking at the last filing. So I don't really want to increase that. But we've got 201 people that have said they own it and over 12 million shares. Guys, that is genius. I don't have much control over anything. I guess none of us do. I've been waiting a long time on funding, for example. Have no control over it. It's in other people's hands. And we've been waiting a long time on Railtown. We have no control over it. We can go through our predictions and our sense of what's going on, but we really don't have any control. It's in the hands of the attorneys, and that's just where it is, and the regulators. So you've got people who are not motivated by business decisions. They're not motivated by urgency. They're not motivated by whether or not shareholders make money. Attorneys have a whole different set of motivations. And bureaucrats, I have no clue anymore. No clue whatsoever. None. What motivates a bureaucrat? We're now in September. What's the urgency to get it done before the end of the year? I might be mixing my things I'm waiting on, but what is the urgency to a bureaucrat? There's none. She gets paid regardless. She gets her salary. She can't be fired. And she can make up all sorts of reasons for the delay. And there's just nothing the company can do about it. There's just nothing. So what can we do? Once more unto the breach. All I can do is try to tell you how exciting it is to own Railtown, and that I think the time is coming to an end very, very quickly, swiftly. I'd say, I don't remember when I circled this, but I've been telling you the second or third week of September for a long time. And I'm going to go with the 15th of September. The 15th of September. That's Monday. So we just have to make it through today, which I think is Wednesday, but let me make sure of that. Yeah, today is Wednesday. So we got to make it through today, Thursday, Friday, and if I'm correct, Monday's the go date. Why do I think it'd be Monday? Well, if you're an attorney and your client isn't pissed off at you right now that you don't have it done this week, why would you aim for Friday? You could get in 2 more billable days. You could put your junior attorneys, your aides, you could show up to the office for 20 minutes and put in an hour or more on your billable hours. You've got 2 more days to print salary for yourself because you're so justified as an attorney. Only if an attorney processes the information is it true. Look at GTII. I'm not going to go into particulars, but I told you early on, very early on, to the point that the attorney came on and gave me intense grilling. It wasn't pleasant, but I tried not to react to it. I don't know if I was good, but I could read and see right in front of me, getting $100,000 or more cash not particularly doing a lot of work, wasn't taking a lot of risk. And I was told, well, he's getting 10% and 10%, 20% because he's taking risk. But see, that's an attorney's mind. I'm not insulting anybody. The attorney didn't have enough evidence going through the slow process of entering evidence into the brain, processing it, and then it becomes fact. Well, you can't make money in a financial market with that kind of handicap. No imagination, and the only decisions you make are based on evidence entered into the record or processed through an attorney's mind. I mean, come on. They're not the quickest minds. Some are, but most aren't. It's just procedural. And that's what's going on with Railtown. So once we know that, it just takes time. It just goes on and on and on and on. But I think it's swiftly coming to an end. I think September 15th. I don't think this week. They'd be crazy to give up 2 more days of massive billable hours. They'd just be crazy. So I think Monday the 15th, Tuesday the 16th, Wednesday the 17th. That's it for the criminals. That's it for the criminals. The shorts are going to have their reckoning. But I don't want you thinking about Railtown as a short play, because then you're going to be susceptible to these hot money guys that come in and say, hey, look at G-Bucks. It's going to 150. Because they've got to cover the shorts. Gotta? Where's the evidence that they ever cover the shorts? I mean, we've seen some short squeezes, I guess, or they were manipulated, where the longs were committing the same crimes as the shorts, but they did it from distant offshore locales, like Hong Kong. I don't know. How do you explain GME or AMC or HKD or TOP? I don't know. But all these other ones, these men come to you and say, get in it, it's going to go, you're going to get in it. Well, by the time you've sprinkled your money across a baker's dozen of these, what do you have left for the one that works? No, it's a bad, but they're going to come in. They're going to try to say to you, if you think of this as a short squeeze play, they're going to say, hey, that was a win for retail. And I told you about it, even though I've sold my entire shares, a bit just because I wanted to get into this audience. So you think I'm on your side and the next idea is going to work. And if you get into that game, you'll lose whatever you've made. You will. So I don't want you to think of Railtown as a squeeze play. We'll have a difficult decision. What if the stock goes to $50 or $75 or some nightmare high number because something kicks in? Well, we'll address that then. I think there'll be enough time for us to talk about it. My own view right now, just very limited information. We need information. We need to know what revenues are coming, what are the comps, what are the multiples, what's the growth rate, how many shares are outstanding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But my own view for my puny account, God, some of you guys, I was looking at the numbers, some of you guys are going to be very wealthy. And I hope you do not lose it. And I'm here to, one of the guys here said, hand your money over to a professional. Well, I guess he was addressing me as if I'm not a professional. I trained at Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith, and I've been doing this for decades. You may or may not think I'm professional, but I will tell you I've had experiences with at least 1,000 professionals, probably 5 to 10. I don't know about 10,000. I don't know. I'd have to sit down and figure it out, all the people I worked with on Wall Street. But it's thousands, and they're no different. And I've screened deals, I've been in meetings, I've been at hedge funds, been at family offices, been with wealthy clients, made presentations in roomfuls of people. I mean, it's the idea that there's a pro out there that's going to look out for your money better than you can. I mean, that's dangerous. But I do think we're going to face some choices on Railtown. If, for example, the company comes out with this news announcement and there's a lot of buying pressure on the stock, but it stutters a bit because the big institutions, perhaps in their bylaws, it says that the investment committee cannot recommend a stock under $5, for example. Making it up, but they have parameters. Well, until you get to that $5, maybe the criminals have a chance to back and ping pong it. Remember, there's broadly probably 2 or 3 kinds of short sellers. There's probably a lot more, but broadly, there's the guys that work with the Toad and with the Jeff Eastons and the Ari Rubensteins and the Kurt Kramers. You notice they're all white men. And I noticed something else about them, but I'm not allowed to tell you that. But my opinion for that, it's not to say it against a whole religion. It's just to point out that these guys won't rat on each other until the heat really gets on. That's all is my point. They somehow, maybe they don't trust each other implicitly, but they're not going to break this thing of ours that they have. I don't know why. You know, it's like Larry David when he found out that his attorney was pretending to be Jewish. He got all upset. It was on that show, whatever that show's called. It's reasonably funny, but I don't know why. I think as a strategy over generations, it's probably a pretty good strategy. Do business amongst your own, and then you build up wealth collectively. I didn't notice the Irish or the Italians being very good at that, but whatever. It's not meant as it's not meant as an observation with any import, other than the fact, for some reason, they're content to work with each other. That's all. Draw the other implications as you will. But anyway, one of the short seller groups are the guys that work together. They go out and snag a CEO. They bird dog a CEO. They get him to sign the convertible toxic note. And then somebody like the Toad or Citadel or someone that works arm length with SAC or a Polar, a hedge fund, starts selling the stock. And as soon as they're on the phone, they're shorting the stock. And you've seen this over and over again. And they build up gigantic positions of stock that doesn't exist. And then the prime brokers, the attorneys, the regulatory, they're all in on it because it is a bloody Nile River. It's an Amazon River of cash. And it all comes from you. It's all money printed by the Fed, who's controlled by the banks, and the government spending and war on behalf of one country. And I know you don't want to hear it. Okay. They've been arguing for thousands of years. Okay. Guess what? The United States is going to be under threat because of our addiction to this criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a murderer. But we're going to follow him down the path of his insanity, because look what happened to his great-grandparents. Okay. Well, I don't want to judge it, but that's what's coming. We are in World War III. Israel has attacked, of all places, Qatar, which is where the United States has the majority of its military presence. Hamas, they attacked there, they say. But Hamas was there, apparently. They were in Turkey. And the Qataris invited them because the Qataris were trying to broker a release of the hostages in peace. Just like the Israelis tell the Palestinians, hey, move out, go to this tent city, you'll be safe. And then they start shooting them from the roof, from the wall, just like Amen Goth did in the concentration camps 90 years ago. Look, evil affects all human beings. And right now, the majority of the Israeli government and the population is consumed with evil. And it's going to bring in the United States. And you wonder, well, why do I talk about it? Number one, it pisses me off, and it's a crime against 2.5 million people and 1 million children. But why else do I talk about it? Because it's going to bring down the United States of America as you know it. I believe everything's all tied in. Wall Street has concentrated into basically 4 big investment banks, basically, and a few hedge funds. Apparently, I think it's BlackRock, the big one, the guy that buys Panama Canal for Trump and goes on trips next to Trump. If you measured the world's top, I have to check this, but I heard it in a lecture. The world's top economies, BlackRock, I think it's BlackRock. I don't think it's Blackstone. BlackRock comes in 3rd. The only economies bigger are the United States and China, and then there's BlackRock. This is a lot of concentration with white men. Then you can't notice anything else about them. They support Israel. Well, why do they support Israel? Is it just because God said to, I guess, the Jews, and no one else, and I guess an Israel that is actually a concrete on the earth Israel rather than an Israel in heaven? But I've given you this land, and you can slaughter whomever else is born after this promise I make with you. You can slaughter anyone so that you can expand greater Israel. Go take Cyprus, go all the way down into Saudi Arabia, over and into Egypt. And if you want to attack Qatar, do it. I give you my blessing. I'm God. You are chosen. and you can kill anybody you want. Does that sound like God? Not to me. But anyway, I'm sorry I get off on that. Let's leave that aside. What could be another reason Israel's doing this? I think Israel wants to destabilize the Middle East on behalf of the banks. That's what I think. Oh, you can't say that. Oh, That's what I think. Why do the banks need destabilization in the Middle East? Collateral. Wall Street and the New York financial system has run out of collateral. They have hypothecated and rehypothecated and rehypothecated. They've taken a Xerox machine. For those of you who don't know what a Xerox machine was, it used to be a way you'd have a master and you could turn it by hand, or you could hit a button and do it for you, and you could print out 1,000 copies. And that was the mimeograph machine. Xerox was much easier. You put it under the zzz, and you hit the button, it goes shung, 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 shung. Well, that's all Wall Street has done. They have a certain amount of collateral. They expanded it by Xeroxing it and mimeographing it. 100x, I bet. I bet it's at least 100x. 100 times what the planet has as collateral has been consumed, claimed. They've put their hands on it, these men. And they've leveraged it up so much, and their greed is endless, and they can't stop. So where can they get more collateral? Countries that are not part of the New York, London, Tokyo financial system. Which countries are those? I mean, you can pick them. China, I'd say, is in and out. They got feet in both places. But it's Russia, it's Iran, lesser extent, again, India, I don't know. They're not fully in, they're not fully out. But Russia and Iran are obvious examples. Syria is in disarray. By the way, Israel right now is taking Syria. They're taking the West Bank. These are war crimes, but no one cares. Because if you mention it, you're anti-Semitic. I don't think Israel wants Gaza Strip for the promise that God made to Moses or one of Moses's sons or whatever understanding there is there. I don't think that's why they want it. I think they want it for the oil and the gas out there. They want it for the development. But I think they really want Gaza Strip because of Suez Canal. They want to build a canal. They are building a canal. I think it's called the Ben Gurion Canal. And the easiest way to do it is through Gaza Strip. So they got to wipe out Gaza Strip. They've got to blast out a canal, I guess through the Dead Sea where Jesus wept. But hey, who's Jesus? And I guess it'll interfere with Jordan, but Jordan's part of Greater Israel anyway. Bunch of Arabs down there, they don't belong there. And so they'll create a sea lane, a canal that will, in all likelihood, will get all the business from the West compared to Suez Canal. But I think it's about collateral. Trillions of dollars of collateral. In Russia, there's about $90 trillion worth of assets which have not been collateralized, and they have not been hypothecated, and they have not been rehypothecated, and there are no derivatives created against $95 trillion worth of Russian assets. There are no derivatives and hypothecation created against Iranian oil. Now, I don't personally believe the reserve numbers that OPEC gives. I think they're completely exaggerated. But Iran, relative to all the other nations, still has a lot of oil. It's outside of the New York, U.S. financial system. So what I think Israel is doing is trying for regime change everywhere and collapse in governments there so that new governments can come in, so the banks can lend those new governments money. And what's the collateral for those loans? The assets of Iran, the assets of Russia, the assets of Kazakhstan, the Aztecs, the assets of all the stans and the rest of the Middle East. This, I think, is what's going on in the world today. How does it relate to what we go through? I think the banks and the big funds come to steal your money by using a system they set in place decades ago, and they slowly moved their agenda forward. It got a lot of purchase under Bill Clinton, the greatest Republican who ever was president. It got a reasonable amount of purchase under George W. George W. Bush, Reg Show. And then it got a massive support under Barack Obama. And the key things were that Bill Clinton changed the UCC Section 8, I think it's called. Anyway, Bill Clinton changed what you buy. You no longer buy shares of stock. I mean, it took years to implement what Bill Clinton put in place. It took years to glide it through the attorneys and put it in the court systems and get Congress. And by the time they got a lot of young people in Congress, Congress didn't even remember Bill Clinton. I mean, Anna Paulina Luna probably has no memory of Bill Clinton as president. And there's a lot of young Congress people and senators that don't. So it's been a long-term trend, but under Bill Clinton, they changed what you buy into a securities entitlement. Under George Bush, there were a couple of changes. I think it was George Bush who, his administration, his SEC, took away the uptick rule. I think it was the early 2000s. I'd have to check that. It could be Bill Clinton, but I think it was Bush. But it was Bush who got Reg Show passed, which created an exception and a reason for market makers that there's no other reason for market makers. So big that this theft is codified now in the practices of Wall Street and the funds that you put your money with, like SAC, Citadel, and etc. The firms you place your trust in prolong this. And then I think under Obama, although I don't know that, of course, no banksters had to present their case in court. No one went to jail. Nothing was done about mortgage fraud. A little bit that looked good. But the mortgage fraud is gigantic. Government fraud with mortgages is gigantic. But the thing that happened, one of the things that happened under Obama, and I base it on my own experience, right around 2011, Wall Street changed it from safekeeping to street name. In other words, when you trade, everything's electronic. Everything's electronic. Nothing is physical certificates. Now, you continue to believe that there's somebody out there looking out for you. There's nobody looking out for you. Nobody. Nobody. There's nobody looking out for the Palestinians. Nobody. There's nobody looking out for international rule of law in the Middle East while Israel claims more and more land outside of what was originally stolen on their behalf. It's the same motivation. Just keep driving. Keep claiming more, claim more, get more. Never enough. Never enough. Never enough. And that's what's happened with these criminals. So when they created an all electronic certificate and all digital certificate world, they were able to implement what I call a fractional reserve security storage, a security deposit, security trading, a fractional reserve security system. And they were able to take Grandma Smith's 1,000 shares of Exxon and they turned it into 10,000, 15,000 shares of Exxon, collecting their asset fees on 15,000 shares. You know, it's a lot of money. It's a huge jump, doing no extra work. And they collect fees lending out those extra shares, and the hot money, the high frequency traders can trade those shares back and forth. It's, you know, when I went to school, I wondered why people would go into business or banking, because I was an idiot. Took me a while to figure it out. I mean, why would you go work at a savings and loan? When I worked at Merrill as young, one guy, an older guy, he had over $2 billion worth of assets on his book. He's a smoker and drinker. I'd go to lunch with those guys sometimes, hang out later. And I went to his wedding. He's a good guy. But all he had to do was an hour, 2 hours work, just flipping through his holding pages, make a few calls, and he did his business. At some point, I did more business than he did, but mine was up and down more than, but he was steady and he had all he needed and wanted. And then the savings and loan crisis came, and some of these S&Ls had 50 million in assets, 100 million in assets. I'm like, why would you ever work at a savings and loan when all you have under management is 100 million? And most stockbrokers have more than that. Well, we've all learned a lot since, but what banks can do, S&Ls too, they can lend money into existence. So that 100 million can become $1 billion in loans, or it could be more than that. When you get into a hyper financialized world, it's a hell of a lot of leverage. And I think right now our banking system is worse than 1% assets versus all the debt, all the loans, all the money creation. I think they're underwater. Can't prove it, but that's their behavior. And that's why we're going to war. And that's why Israel is trying to do everything she can do to start a war. I think it's on behalf of the banks. And then you've got Eastern Europe. Why is Poland shooting down drones from Russia? To start a war. The European Union and European banks need a war. And we have to win that war. And we have to take over Russia, break it up, and start lending money through our banking system to our new minions. It's not going to work, but that's what I think's going on. And the reason it is important to us is this is the systemic way that a lot of these big institutions are taking your money. Money is created. No one cares about the over-the-counter market, by the way. The SEC doesn't care. Nobody cares. Very few people care about the majority of the NASDAQ market. We'll find out with Energy Vault if anyone cares about New York Stock Exchange stocks under $5. We'll find out. Be an interesting thing to watch. But it's true, as you know from the toad, I don't know if I have it here, the toad. I have it here. It's just I had everything in a stack, and in my frustration for looking for something, it all tipped over. But you know from the toad, market frauds, that this business, if you want to call it a business, they steal trillions with a T, trillions of US money from you and they move it offshore without paying taxes. Trillions. And you expect to win. Well, Railtown is your way out of all this. I think Railtown will be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. I think Railtown will be a $25 stock. When, I don't know. Eventually. But I made the prediction before I erase it. I'm going to erase this. The other day I said, what if you own 40,000 shares of Railtown right now at 43 cents? Or if you had to buy it right now at, I can't read my writing turned around, 44.5 cents. 44.5 cents. Basically, you have $17,500 of Railtown if you have 40,000 shares. 17.5. As soon as the attorneys finish their work product, they should have it embossed in gold. It's so special. They should have it framed and signed by Hollywood. They should do a movie about it. It's such special workmanship. But anyway, they're going to finish. They're going to finish. And then what happens? I think the stock goes in September to $1.25 or higher. So 40,000 shares goes from 17.5 to 50,000. Now, if you have some equipment to buy in September, probably your first 5,000 comes in. So your 17.5 becomes 22.5. So that's pretty good. But I think the value will be 50,000. And then sometime before October or in October, I think the stock will be 550. So your 40,000 shares will be $220,000 if I'm right. So, but if you bought equipment with that made $5,000 in September and $5,000 in October, assuming your equipment is still worth exactly what you paid for it, there's no depreciation. It doesn't go to 10 cents on the dollar, which a lot of equipment does. Just keep it booked at purchase price. Now you're up to 27.5, but Railtown is worth 220,000. And then by May, I'm saying May 5th, I think the stock will be 55. And I think it'll be worth 2,200,000. Now, if you bought equipment with the 40,000 shares, you're going to have, let's say, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. I think you're going to have 9 months of $5,000. So that's 45 plus 17.5. That's assuming the equipment is worth 100% of what you paid for it. Normally, in a fire sale, it's 10 cents on the dollar. Your equipment goes down to a tenth of its value. But anyway, just assuming it's booked at the same price, 40 plus 17 is 57.5, plus another 5 is 62.5 you'd have for your investment in equipment in May. If I'm correct, keeping the 40,000 shares will be worth $2 million in May. It wins hands down in all scenarios. I'm gonna erase that, but sorry for putting you through it again. So the reason it has an impact on us is in order to steal the trillions of dollars, they need buyers of the stock. And they do it the way that Joseph Kennedy used to do it and a lot of his friends before the SEC. They called those things stock pools, where a group of guys would get together, buy their initial position, and then spread stories and rumors, and it was in the hot stocks of the day. And people would come in with their extra money hoping to be a part of something. As the stock went up, Joe Kennedy would sell out and the thing deflates. Does that sound like anybody, 3 or 4 guys you know now? Does to me. But they need you to view your Railtown as hot money. You get out because you're afraid it's going to go back down. Railtown's not going to go back down. I mean, there's a couple of scenarios where the macro environment could cause a temporary decline in everything. One is a crash in the stock market. Another is a crash in the sort of AI space. I don't think we're anywhere near that in the AI space, but the market is something to watch. The bond market in France, in the UK, looks to be in trouble, hence war. I think the United States still has enough of an economy that people are going to believe the Fed one more time. But there is a testing of whether or not the bond market is going to go along with all this talk from the Fed. If it breaks apart, the equity market doesn't stand a chance in the short run. But remember, the market will just switch leadership. It will there's a lot of stocks that are not overpriced right now. It's just basically 8 stocks. As leadership moves, the market will recover. It's not a permanent thing. But will it recover to these highs? No. It'll take 2 decades to get back. But you won't be wiped out in theory. But as Railtown goes up, and I don't know that how much I want to get into right now. If we have 12 million shares of Railtown, and let's just say we keep that, and the stock were to go to $100 over the next 18 months, I think that means we'd have 12 billion amongst us. Well, let's say it just goes to 50. I think that means 6 billion. I think. It's a big number, whatever it is. And I'm going to view it, my goal, to convince you that you have enough, that you can't trust the stock market in your brokerage account, and that you need to own physical silver. You probably need to own direct interests in cash flowing oil and gas and other assets like that. Things you know how to do. But the market, if the banks go down, they're going to steal all of your assets in your account, just like they did with John Corzine's company, RFG or MFG or whatever it was. He made outsized bets, and when they failed in currency markets, and he didn't have access to Goldman Sachs's manipulated information and order flow anymore, he's out on his own thinking that he was the reason he was making money. No, it's that Goldman Sachs has a claim on inside information, and they trade on that basis, in my judgment. And he found out that he was just like anybody else with more zeros on the line, and he got taken to the cleaner. I forget the MFSM, MFG, RGM, whatever the hell his company was called, John Corzine. It got wiped out, and the assets went to the creditors. People lost everything they had, at least temporarily. Then it was up to the court system, which takes forever, while the stock market recovered. So there was an opportunity cost the court system doesn't care about. And ultimately, I think it took 2 years, might have been 3, people got their money back. And it was basically taxpayer backing. But next time, when the banks go down, I don't think, and they take your assets, I don't think there's enough to recover them, or they'll be recovered in nominal terms, but adjusted for the collapse in the currency, it'll be pennies on the dollar. So we've got to think, when our pool of money, our pool of shares is worth a lot of money, one, we have to stop listening to the hot money boys. And 2, we have to start thinking of ways to hedge ourselves or protect ourselves from an entirely over-leveraged, overextended, way under-collateralized banking system that is being kept afloat now by war. And make no mistake about it, Israel has made sure that the United States is now in World War III. And that's where we are. Europe is trying to make sure that we are in World War III, and that goes back to Hillary Clinton, Victoria Nuland, that simp, Blinken, and the guy that belongs in a home, Biden. And it may have started under Obama. How did Samantha, what's her name, in government become worth $60 million? War. We're going to war on behalf of the banks. So in that environment, I know I get worked up, but that's our macro environment. How do we get out of the hell we're in? I think it's Railtown. And I think we have time. I don't think the stock market is going to collapse. Although it could. We always got to be aware of that, because collapses come out of thin air. They come out of left field. It's not when people are talking about them. They just suddenly come and they shock people. But I think the reason the banks have us going to war is our markets are going to hold up for longer. And so we're going to be doing, I don't think we have time to chase G-Bucks or even a stock like Finger. We don't have time to chase those short squeeze stories anymore, in my judgment. We have to start being in investments in plays that have much better odds of working. I mean, a stock like a MTEN, if it works, it's a lottery ticket. And everyone will say, wow, it worked. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. But it's a lottery ticket. It's probably at least 98% odds it's not going to work. I'm not trying to pick one story. I'm just saying in the general smorgasbord of junky stocks, those numbers probably apply if you just pick one of them. Railtown, I think the odds flip on their head in terms of the first 10x. I think the first 10x in the stock, $5.50, $6, $10, $11, I think it's 95% assured ceteris paribus. In other words, as long as Wall Street doesn't fall out of bed, I think over the September, maybe October timeframe, you make 10x, maybe 15x, maybe more on your Railtown on paper. Hopefully you don't see it as hot money. You do not have time to go into other hot money stocks. You'll get burned. What we need to do is make an assessment then. Does Railtown at that point do the indicators for the market, for AI, for the revenue? And we don't know these things now. But do they give indications that Railtown could meet my target of $55 in the first half of next year? And maybe the company gets bought out by NVIDIA or Microsoft or AMD or somebody else next year. We have to read the tea leaves and read the data. And we have to be willing to not trust our brokerage, our financial system. If we go to war on a scale that Germany went to war, we're not ready for war, by the way. We're not ready. Russia now is, because of the idiocy of Victoria Nuland and Hillary Clinton using the dollar as a weapon against Russia and other countries, and the idiocy and the corruption of Joe Biden and his son. Oh, you can't say that. Trump's the dishonest one. whatever. I don't think Trump ever got blackmail money, bribe money from the Ukraine. I know that the Bidens did, Biden's brother. But the media, which is controlled by the banks, CBS is now controlled by a Zionist. It's either some guy's daughter or some guy's wife. A Zionist. You're not getting the right news. So I know I say things sometimes that are provocative, and if I'm ever wrong, I'm willing to listen and correct myself. And sometimes maybe it goes too far. I don't mean it to hurt anybody. I don't mean it to be against people, but against criminal behavior and criminal acts and evil. Yeah, I mean it against that. But in terms of my goal, if it's just 200 of us, if it's 10 of us, I want you to get to the point that you are your own central bank, your own financial island, your own calm within a storm, so that you, on the other side of all of this, you have a legitimate chance of providing for your family, yourself, and your friends. A legitimate chance of coming through the complete catastrophe, which is coming, I think, because of war, that you can come through strong and financially secure. And that's going to take some thinking out of the outside of the box, as they say, and it's going to take some awareness. But I think the number one thing you have to do right now is stop the electricity, the addiction, the withdrawal, the DTs, if you're not in the latest hot stock, the latest Benedetto Beauty, the latest Borders bomb, the latest ham hype. I'm sorry. I'm not picking on each of those people personally. It's the quality of the ideas. They are all classified in this game, or in this playing field, or this category, that you're going to lose, because it's been designed that way. The banking system and the hedge funds and the offshore boys, they need your collateral. They need your cash. And I don't know how many are there. There's probably one person who used to be, I mean, I don't know if you call it a client of Ham. Ham gave that person to someone else. And I think she does play the pump and dump without taking personal responsibility, because she's not the one pumping. She hears a story from one of these guys or others that relay it. And if she's early enough into it, she gets in. And as they go on their pumping campaign, she doesn't listen to the story that's being told. She doesn't believe that the shorts are going to cover. She doesn't believe it's going to 150 or it's going to 3,500. None of that. She just wants to time her sale as the majority of people are buying. Before they run out of money and enthusiasm, she wants to get out. She doesn't care. So she's really piggybacking on the pump, and then she's dumping, but she's not, in her mind, culpable. And I would say she's probably right. She's not doing it. She just notices a pattern that if you get a bunch of blowhards willing to tell the same story into audiences, come take audiences, come to pretend to know what they're talking about in 25 different industries, as if they're more genius than Mike Milken or I can't remember that guy that did Fidelity Funds, Peter Whitehair. Somehow these guys are genius, and the manipulated stocks are going to make you money. But she recognizes if she gets in early, those guys are going to go talk to you. They're going to make phone calls. They're going to have space calls. 10,000 people are going to hear the pitch, and maybe 500 buy. That's enough to get the stock going up. And particularly if the computers are being juiced, that gets the stock up. She's out. She doesn't get greedy. She just gets out on the way up. It's pretty smart. And if you want to do it that way, I don't recommend it because I think the time is going to run out on it. But maybe there's another 6 months of that. Maybe there's another year of it. I would just do it with a little money, not with all your money. With all your speculative money, all your junk money, all your high risk money, all of it right now, in my judgment, should be in Railtown AI Technologies, all of it. Railtown is mispriced. It is the wrong price. Why? Because shorts are creating stock out of thin air. And they're giving you endless supply of availability of shares. That keeps the price down. And all of the large investors and insiders at Railtown AI, they cannot buy the stock. All of the insiders and large investors at AI Partners, they cannot buy the stock. Almost all, I would assume it's all, of the insiders and large investors and early round investors of the 165 companies, they can't buy the stock. All of the over and underpaid wankers at Canaccord Genuity, they cannot buy the stock. Probably a lot of the major investors and major investments of Mavericks venture fund, John Ruffalo's fund, cannot buy Railtown. Probably most of the investors in and other big players in of Omer's and similar funds cannot buy. Probably that CSU, Constellation Software, all of their main investors probably cannot buy. They all know each other. They cross-invest. They don't want to put their wealth at risk or their freedom at risk. The SEC is designed to go after the longs. The SEC is there to protect the shorts because the shorts are, in various different roles, the shorts are Goldman Sachs. They are SAC. They are the Toad. They are the Kramers and the Eastons. They are Polar and Chadron and Aubrey Advisors. And they're protected. The media protects them, just like the media protects the Zionist murderous criminals in Israel. The media protects them. The media protects the shorts. Congress protects Netanyahu and his Nazi thugs because they're bought and prayed for. Well, Congress protects Goldman Sachs, the Toad. It seems like even Alpine because they're bought and paid for. President's advisors are all overpaid wankers. I don't see the hope. The hope is Railtown. Railtown gives you a chance to turn your account into something significant. And when it's significant, we can come back and we can initiate campaigns to educate people, to help busy brands, to help Patrick and Curtis and Anna and 100% and the lady with a voice for radio and a face for movies. I don't know, I'm having a Biden moment. Junk savvy, all of those, we can come back and help from a position of having extra capital. But to win, the way to win against these criminals is Railtown. Now, I'd be talking about silver, which I have been, but the reason I'm not talking about anything else is I want you to know where I stand. And unfortunately, the attorneys and probably the business just got better and better and better. So it's not all the attorney's fault. Unfortunately, I was wrong about June. I was wrong about July. I say I was correct about August. I told you it's vacation time, in Canada. I think I was right about the first week in September, which is probably why I got upset with that one guy, because why sell in the first week of September? We'll find out if I'm correct about the second or third week of September. Right now, I think it'll be next week. We'll find out if I'm right. I have it here on the 15th. But we'll find out if my prediction is correct. But Railtown gives you a way to take all of your losses, turn them into it. The key is you got to own enough for Railtown. I don't think you have to, I don't think you have to sell your house. Don't get me wrong on that. I'm talking about this bucket of capital. I think Railtown gives you 10x from here. And then from that level, I think it gives you another 10x. But maybe it gives you 15x from here. I think from that level, it gives you another 10x. I basically think Railtown next year can be worth anywhere from $50 to $100 next year. And it could be a lot more than that. But we need a lot of information. We need a lot of data, and the attorneys have to finish their glorious work. And, my experience with attorneys, you got to educate them first. And guess what? They're charging you for that. They're charging you for that education. And then you got to listen to them, tell you how smart they are, which you don't care about. But they're charging you to listen to them tell you how smart they are. And it goes on and on and on and on. And then they have to interact with the competition, and they have to prove to you that they've protected you from something, and they charge you for that, and you don't care about it. And then finally, you're able to tell them what you want them to do and explain the business reasons why. And again, you're educating them on those reasons, and they're listening to you, but they are charging you to listen. And finally, they write something up. And then you have to review it, because they put their moot court and they put their training at some law school somewhere, McGill, and it's not right. And so it has to be rewritten, because they don't think like Wall Street. They think like attorneys. Anyway, it's a long process. We're coming to the end of it. And I think you're going to be very well rewarded. You're going to get your red washed off your account. You're going to go in the green. And I hope with information and with a little bit of staying power that your green gives you such a multiple that it justifies everything you've gone through. And the key is going to be, and hopefully I'm able to do it or somebody else can, the key is going to be that we realize that we're in the 45th year of a bull market, that the United States financial system, the British Empire, the British financial system is coming to a close. And it's going to do everything it can to survive. As Gerald Celente says, I forget exactly how he says it, something like, when nothing else works, they take you to war. And we're gonna be in war. But luckily, we won't be anti-Semitic. All right. I also want to call your attention to, and I may have misplaced it. I did. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. I said, baby, 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 you're out of time. I think I put it in my files. There it is. All right, so I have quoted to you many times what is going on in the markets, which I think my friend at the American Stock Exchange doesn't understand, that the stock market is no longer the way it was for his entire career. I don't think Ham understands. I don't think Ham understands that the markets are different than they were when he left. And I don't believe I understood it completely until I've gone through this process. And I've been pretty slow to learn in some ways, pretty quick in others. But it's not like somebody has it out there in a brochure you can read, except I have this book by Dr. Suzanne Trimbath. We've had our experiences. David Morgan's report that I subscribed to, I guess 4 months ago, maybe 5, time flies. He described security entitlements. And I've read that to you many times. So I decided to go to the book, and I got the book. I don't have it in hard copy yet, but I have it in my, it's not Kindle, it's Apple, but I have it there. This guy that wrote The Great Taking, Webb, he talks about what happened under Bill Clinton and how all you have in your account is a securities entitlement. But there's a term that he uses in chapter 2 of this book, dematerialization. Dematerialization. And it's a short chapter, but I'm going to read it to you. There are now no property rights. Can I start that over again? There are now no property rights to securities held in book entry form in any jurisdiction globally. That's how our securities are held. We get a statement with just black and white on it, and we believe it. I don't want you to be the ones hurt by what's coming. This expansion of fraud is not a sign of strength. It's a sign of desperation. It's like the Terminator dying in that hot thing, and it started screaming and going out of shape and trying to get out and attack. That's the current bankster system. That's why they're stealing so much. They know there's no future to it. Anyway, there are now no property rights to securities held in book entry form in any jurisdiction globally. In the grand scheme, to confiscate all collateral, dematerialization of securities was the first essential step. Wow. He's saying some of the things I've just said to you. I didn't read. I was going to read you the other chapter. But anyway, it's not like it takes a genius to see this. It just takes someone with courage to see it. The planning and efforts began over a century ago. The planning and efforts began over half a century ago. Sounds like Zionism. That there was some great strategic purpose behind dematerialization is evidenced by the fact that the CIA was assigned the mission. See, this is where I'm going to lose you. I didn't write this because no one's going to believe that the CIA is involved. And so I hope I can skip all that. Okay, I'm skipping 5 paragraphs. The CIA part, I'm just going to skip it. In the late 1960s, something called the Banking and Securities Industry Committee was formed to find a solution to the quote-unquote paperwork crisis. It seemed the burdens of handling physical stock certificates had suddenly become too great. So much so that the New York Stock Exchange had suspended trading on some days. Quote unquote lawmakers then urged the government to step into the process. This committee, BASIC is what they called it, the BASIC Committee report recommended changing from processing physical stock certificates to book entry, transfers of ownership via computerized entries in a trust company that would hold the underlying certificates, quote unquote, immobilized. There's your collateral, immobilized. This trust company would develop the necessary computer and other systems. I happened to meet with network engineers of DTC 40 years ago in my first job out of school. Sounds like this guy's in his 60s. Was this paperwork crisis manufactured in order to provide an imperative for dematerialization? What he means by dematerialization is going from physical certificates to digital. That's it. Consider that the DTC did not begin operations until 1973, and that no significant degree of dematerialization was achieved for many years. Yeah, I never saw it. However, something during this intervening period, somehow during this intervening period, stock exchanges continued to function in spite of escalating trade volumes without the elimination of certificates. Especially with the aid of computers, it could be done and was done. Only meat is done. Okay, so it could be accomplished and was accomplished. DTC eventually became the model for the Central Securities Depository and Central Clearing Counterparty, the purposes of which will be explained later if we get to it. I'm not going to read you the whole bloody book, not at least today. Okay, so now we get to the chapter I wanted to read to you, security entitlement. The greatest subjugation in world history, that's a big statement, will have been made possible by the invention of a construct, critical race theory, gender studies. Oh no, it's not those. A subterfuge, a lie. This canard is the quote unquote security entitlement. Security entitlement. Since their beginnings more than 4 centuries ago, tradable financial instruments were recognized under law everywhere as personal property. Perhaps that's why they are called securities. It may come as a shock to you that this is no longer the case. And this is why I don't think there's any short squeezes. Bill Clinton made it legal. Part of it is legal. In order to convey to you what has been done, let me start with an analogy. Only meat is done. So in order to convey to you what has occurred, let me start with an analogy. Let's say that you have purchased, this is the part I had read before I went live, and this is a little tedious, but it's important right here. Let's say that you have purchased an automobile for cash. Having no debt against the vehicle, you believe that you now own it outright. Despite that, the auto dealer has been allowed by a newly invented legal concept to treat your car as his asset and to use it, your car, as collateral to borrow money for his own purposes. Now, the auto dealer has become bankrupt in this example, and your vehicle, along with all of the other vehicles sold by the dealer, are seized by certain secured creditors of the dealer with no judicial review being necessary, as legal certainty was previously established that the dealership has absolute power and to whom they gave this security to, what did they call it here? The collateral holder. So the collateral holder, it was already established as a legal certainty that the person holding the collateral, not you, has absolute power to take your car in the event of the bankruptcy of the dealer. Now, to be clear, I'm not talking about your car. I am illustrating the horror, and simplicity of the lie. You are led to believe that you own something, but someone else secretly controls it as collateral. Now, my opinion is all of the over-the-counter stocks, the reason they're ignored, they are not collateral. That's just an open field to use the same procedures for these criminals, which go all the way to the top, by the way, to steal your money. So right now, I'm not positive that, and I don't believe, that Railtown is subject to being somebody else's collateral. But when it's on the New York Stock Exchange, this is when I'm going to start wondering, should I be telling you to take your shares in physical delivery? We're not there yet. But you certainly, if we end up with is that possible? 6 billion? $50 times 12 million is 60 million. No, it's 600 million. It's not 6 billion. It'll be 600 million. We're going to want to protect that. Okay. You were led to believe that you own something, but someone else secretly controls it, that something, as collateral. And they have now established legal certainty that they have absolute power to take it immediately in the event of insolvency. And not your insolvency, but the insolvency of the people who secretly gave them your property as collateral. It just does not seem possible. But I feel your pain. I feel your pain. All you got to do is vote for Hillary. But this is exactly what has been done with all tradable financial instruments. This is what has been done. Only meat is done. This is what has been accomplished with all tradable financial instruments globally. The proof of this is absolutely irrefutable. This is wired to go now. This is wired to blow up now. Essentially, all securities are owned, all securities, quote unquote, owned by the public in custodial accounts, pension plans, and investment funds are now encumbered as collateral underpinning the derivatives complex, which to my memory is it's a quadrillion, 400 quadrillion, 400 trillion. That's what I remember, 400 trillion. All securities owned by the public are now encumbered as collateral underpinning the derivatives complex, which is so large, an order of magnitude greater than the entire global economy, that there is not enough of anything in the world to back it up, to back up the collateral, to back up the derivatives. The illusion of collateral backing is facilitated by a daisy chain. I'll be your huckleberry. Of hypothecation and rehypothecation, in which the same underlying client collateral is reused many times over by a series of secured creditors. And so it is these creditors who understand this system who have demanded even more access to clients' assets, your assets, as collateral. I don't want to expose our hard-won Railtown securities to this, so we're going to have to think about it. This is not something to worry about today or next month, but I think next year, you know, when this turns into $500 million, yeah. It is now assured that in the implosion of, quote unquote, the everything bubble, collateral will be swept up on a vast scale. The plumbing to do this is in place. This is why owning physical silver protects your butt. Legal certainty has been established that the collateral can be taken immediately without judicial review by entities described in court documents as, quote unquote, the protected class. And you're not in it. Even sophisticated professional investors who were assured that their securities are, quote unquote, segregated, will not be protected. Do you think the protected class bears any semblance to the chosen ones? I don't know. An enormous amount of sophisticated planning and implementation was sustained over decades. By the way, it's only a few people that abuse that term, the chosen one. It's only a small percentage that are abusing that. The Zionists, the Netanyahu right-wingers. It's not everybody. Anyway, I assume you guys are smart enough to know that. I don't have to explain it every time. An enormous amount of sophisticated planning and implementation was sustained over decades with, see, it went on and on and on over decades, with the purpose of subverting property rights in just this way. It began in the United States by amending the Uniform Commercial Code in all 50 states. While this required many years of effort, it could be done quietly only meat is done quietly. So it could be accomplished quietly without an act of Congress. These are the facts. Ownership of securities as property has been replaced with a new legal concept of a quote unquote security entitlement, which is a contractual claim assuring a very weak position if the account provider becomes insolvent. Next, all securities are held in unsegregated, pooled form. All securities are held in unsegregated, pooled form. Securities used as collateral and those restricted from such use are held in the exact same pool. Next, all account holders, including those who have prohibited use of their securities as collateral, must, by law, receive only a pro rata share of residual assets. Good luck. Next, revindication, i.e., the taking back of one's own securities in the event of insolvency, is absolutely prohibited. This is what happened with Corzine's company, RMG, MFS Securities, whatever the hell it was. This is exactly what happened. But it was just one securities company. They were able to buy time, and the overall system is the government printed more money. I don't know if it overlapped with Biden, but it was certainly during Obama's when I remember it. Did it get into Trump? I don't think so either. But anyway, Helicopter Ben was printing money, and eventually they could resolve it in a way that you didn't see it. Because the last thing the banksters wanted you to see was exactly what I'm reading to you right now. Because if Jeff Corzine's clients had been wiped out, they couldn't have hidden it. And that was just one company. MFS Global or something, MFG Global, something like that. And by the way, he didn't go to jail. So revindication, in other words, the taking back of your own securities in the event of insolvency, is prohibited. Next, account providers may legally borrow. Account providers, that's your brokerage firm, may legally borrow pooled securities to collateralize proprietary trading and financing. They can run a hedge fund off of your collateral, and they do, by the way. And it's to the benefit of probably 50 men. Next, safe harbor assures secured creditors priority claim to pooled securities ahead of you, ahead of account holders. Next, the absolute priority claim of secured creditors to pooled client securities has been upheld by the court system, by courts. Account providers, your brokerage firm, and others, account providers are legally empowered to, quote unquote, borrow pooled securities without restriction. This is called, quote unquote, self-help. As we will see, the objective is to utilize all securities as collateral. I assure you that this is not conjecture. You would be greatly mistaken in dismissing this as conspiracy theory, which is a common reaction to such unpleasantness. It is possible to really know about this. The documentation is absolutely irrefutable. In April of 2004, the European Commission Internal Markets and Services Director General proposed, quote, the setting up of group of legal experts as specific exercise intended to address problems of legal uncertainty identified in the context of considering the way forward for clearing and settlement in the European Union, unquote. This became the Legal Certainty Group. That's so Orwellian. Legal uncertainty sounds like a bad thing, and legal certainty sounds like a good thing. However, the objective was merely to make it legally certain that secured creditors would be empowered to immediately take client assets in a failure of a custodian. That's your brokerage firm. That's your retirement account. That's your mutual fund. So while we're looking at our accounts as our wealth, the collateral essentially belongs to somebody else. So over the next months, we've got to come up with a strategy to protect ourselves. That's my opinion. Because I think this sucker, it's going down, the whole market. But we'll find out when. In March of 2006, the Deputy General Counsel for the Federal Reserve Bank of New York provided a detailed response to a questionnaire prepared by the European Legal Certainty Group, which was looking to the Fed to tell them exactly how to do it. The following are excerpts from that response, which you can read in the appendix, but the question from the EU. In respect of what legal system are the following answers given? A, the Fed, the New York Fed answers. This response confines itself to U.S. commercial law, primarily Article 8 and parts of Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code. The subject matter of Article 8 is investment securities, and the subject of Article 9 is secured transactions. Article 8 and Article 9 have been adopted throughout the United States. Question by the EU. Where securities are held in pooled form, does the investor have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool? Answer by the Fed. No. The security entitlement holder has a pro rata share of the interest in the financial asset held by its securities intermediary, This is true even if the investor positions are segregated. Your securities intermediary is your brokerage firm or your mutual fund. And the pool is the blob of stock held in the name of your broker dealer, in their name, Merrill Lynch, TradeStation, at the DTC. Question by the EU, is the investor protected against the insolvency of an intermediary, and if so, how? Answer from the Fed. An investor is always vulnerable to a securities intermediary that does not itself have interests in a financial asset sufficient to cover all of the securities entitlements that it has created in that financial asset. If the secured creditor has control over the financial asset, it will have priority over entitlement holders. If the securities intermediary, your brokerage firm, is a clearing corporation, the claims of its creditors have priority over the claims of entitlement holders, you. Question from the EU. What rules protect a transferee acting in good faith? Answer, the Fed. Article 8 protects a purchaser of a financial asset against claims of an entitlement holder to a property interest in that financial asset by limiting the entitlement holder's ability to enforce that claim. Essentially, unless the purchaser was involved in the wrongdoing of the securities intermediary, an entitlement holder will be precluded from raising a claim against it. So that's someone that buys a derivative, for example. Question from the EU. How are shortfalls handled in practice? Answer, the Fed. The only rule in such instances is that the security entitlement holder simply share pro rata in the interests held by the securities intermediary. In actual fact, shortfalls occur frequently due to fails and for other reasons, but are of no general consequence except in the case of the security intermediary's insolvency. Question from the EU. Does the treatment of shortfalls differ according to whether there is, one, no fault on the part of the intermediary, two, if fault, fraud, or if fault, negligence, or similar breach of duty? Answer. In terms of the interests that the entitlement holders have in the financial assets credited to its securities account, regardless of fault, fraud, or negligence of the security intermediary, under Article 8, the entitlement holder has only a pro rata share in the securities intermediary's interest in the financial asset in question. So that's how it works, directly from the horse's mouth. That's the most authoritative source possible. Lawyers working for the Fed. Further exposure of the purpose of the invention of securities entitlement can be found in a discussion paper concerning legislation on legal certainty of securities holdings and dispositions, prepared by the EC Directorate of General Internal Market and Services in 2012. Quote, where securities are concerned, the standard has always been that a custodian has to hold sufficient securities in order to meet all of its clients' claims. In most EU jurisdictions, such a standard is guaranteed by giving investors ownership rights toward securities. Some markets, however, treat securities like money. The United States and Canada base their law on the concept that investors do not own quote unquote securities, but they own quote unquote securities entitlements against their account providers, their brokerage firm, instead. The advantage of this concept is the potential increase in the amount of assets available as collateral, which I've been saying forever. But critics view it as a threat to stability of the system because the assets concerned are based on the same underlying resource. Concern has been voiced by market participants, regulators, central banks, and international institutions about potential collateral shortages. Wow. There is pressure to broaden the range of securities eligible as collateral. As a result of the demand for collateral, that's so these hotshots can play ping pong with derivatives with your collateral. Securities are increasingly regarded by market participants as a funding tool. These trends reinforce the market trends to treat securities like money. Just what I've been saying for a year and a half, more. With significant implications for ownership. I've been saying these banksters, these brainiacs, are just imitating the fractional reserve banking system, which is money. Anyway, continuing the quote, the risk of unauthorized use of clients' assets is increased by the employment of omnibus account structures. All the shares of MMTOP being held in street name at TradeStation. Omnibus account pool assets so that individual securities cannot be identified against specific investors. This works well until a bankruptcy occurs. If the accounts provider defaults, a client with a mere contractual claim becomes an unsecured creditor, meaning the client's assets are, as a rule, tied in the insolvency estate, and the client is obliged to line up with all the other unsecured creditors to receive assets back. Reuse of security interest collateral carries greater risk to the financial system because multiple counterparties may compete for the same collateral in default. These are called priority contests, unquote. Back to the author. Clearly, the European Union Director General Internal Market and Services fully knew about all this in 2012. In the next global financial panic, what are the chances that there will be much of anything remaining in these pools of securities after the secured creditors have helped themselves and all flown to Tel Aviv? There will be a game of musical chairs. When the music stops, you will not have a seat. You will not have a seat. It is designed to work that way. It is time to ask, cui bono? Who benefits? It is certainly not the citizens who have lost their property rights, who have been betrayed in this deception by their own governments. The reason given for this legislation on legal certainty is, quote, demand for collateral, unquote, by, quote, unquote, market participants. They are not referring to you and me, the public. Quote unquote, market participants is a euphemism for the powerful creditors who control governments. They have worked for many years to establish their legal certainty worldwide. So much of that stuff that I've been saying, but of course he says it better. But maybe you'll hear it since it's a guy that wrote a book and it's not just me. Okay, Railtown right now is 45 cents. 45.6 to 46.88. The volume's 155,000. The trades, there was a trade at 1037 for 446 shares at 45.77. The last trade at noon was a sale of 4,500 shares, simply must get out of it at 45 cents. And then there's a trade for, before those two trades, there's a trade for 104 shares at 45 cents, 889 shares at 44 cents, and 170 shares at 45.99. It's very, very lightly traded. So it's down half a penny today at 45 cents. And we're almost through trading day Wednesday. T-Low is hitting a new low. I got to call those guys. I like that company. It's down 7.5 cents, 128. Northwest Bio in the red slightly at 25 cents. ZJYL up a penny, approximately at 66 cents. Soundhound is down 50 cents approximately at $14.36. Finger Motion is down 14.5 cents at 164.5. Mountain is down 9 cents at 11.80. Quantum is up $4 at 16,825. And people will say, hey, Quantum's up 30%, Railtown's down. But if you want to be hot money, I'm not advising that kind of stuff. But anyway, Quantum's up. I think it's a good chance to sell. I mean, maybe it follows through. I don't have enough information. It might follow through. Energy Vault up 12.5 cents to $1.90. And next trip down 14 cents to $3.89. Railtown down half a penny at 45 cents. All right, it's 150. I'll go to your comments. But first, I will remind everyone that we have 12 million shares. 12 million shares of Railtown. 12,078,000 shares. 200 of us are participating, which is pretty darn good. Let's use my target of double nickels, $55 a share. It would be worth $664 million. So that's, I always get the decimals wrong in my head. So we would own 60%, over 60% of $1 billion worth of stock. Let's try to keep it. Let's not give it away back to the hot money. Let's try not to give it back. CJ Yukon. First, yep, you're first. That's great, CJ. Just in case somebody else bought stock, I'm gonna make sure I can write it down. I have a cord that goes to my computer, and I keep You know, what the great taking is telling you is to be very afraid if your bank becomes insolvent. Whatever you have in your account is going to disappear. Then it'll go through a legal system, and you know, if the financial world has so bad that Morgan Stanley or a Merrill Lynch becomes insolvent, there's not going to be much recovery. So we have to think about what we're going to do. There are brokerage firms who I have a couple of friends working at one. I think it's RBC. One of the guys used to work with me at Merrill, and the other guy worked with me at what's now Morgan Stanley. But I think it's RBC. So that I may be able to find a place to put shares held in safekeeping. But then it's a question, do you trust those institutions? I'd love to set up a exchange or a brokerage firm, or just start an oil and gas company that trades in its own, provides a market in its own securities, and maybe as a service holds people's other securities in a vault in street name, and can process, can quickly process sales and transfers for their shareholders. I don't know. I'd love to get started, have a platform to get doing something, but I'm just waiting for funding, and it's just a long wait. And maybe the whole point is I've got to go do something else, and as soon as I go do something else, the funding will come, and somebody else can do what they will. But it seems like as long as I'm involved in anything, funding never comes anymore. Just the way it is. It's the way it's been for a few years. But yeah, there's a business opportunity there. If we set up a brokerage firm or a exchange, or just like a company, like an oil and gas company, a resource company that provided income, that was publicly traded, but set up a mechanism where people could hold their shares secured somehow in vaults. Maybe there'd be an intermediary of some kind. All legal, all transparent, all accounted for, all third party verified, and make a market in that so that we could sidestep this cataclysm that's coming. And I think it is going to come. And that's why I hadn't read that whole article, but I mean, a lot of these thoughts, when you think about this for a few years, these conclusions are what you come up with. And I think it's all about collateral. The banks are desperate. They wanted your homes. I think governments are desperate for tax money. The world is a closed system, and there just isn't a lot of collateral left. Anyway, let's go down here. Hey, Julius. Hey, Lockup. Good morning. Hey, Middle Ground. CJ Yukon. All right. I'm writing that down. That's a good goal. Goal of 50,000. So let's just see what 50,000 is worth today. It's 46.88. Last trade, 46.88. That's pretty good. You're starting to see some pickup. Well, it's 102 shares. So what's the bid? 45.35, 45.05, 45.13. Right. They keep moving it around. I'm going to use 45.13. Well, I don't know which one to use. I'm going to use the ask. How much would it cost you to buy 50,000 shares today? Right now. 50,000 shares times 46.88 is 23,440. That's a nice position. And if I'm right, let's say in October, let's say September 15th, let's say the attorneys finally let loose of their superior work product. And let's say it takes 2 weeks to get to 550. It could be sooner. Well, so let's say October 1, it's at $5.50. I think you could have by, I'm making up a lot of time frames, and I mean, it's all guesswork. But that could be worth 128,000. So essentially, you could have $100,000 profit by October, if I'm right. And then let's say that the thing goes to 55 double nickels, January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, let's say May 5th. I mean, if I'm wrong, I figure maybe it gets done by June, but I'm just guessing. So if it goes to 55, and what you would need for that, you'd need revenues to show up, you need growth in revenues, you'd need broad diversification of revenues, the overall stock market remains strong, and the market for AI 2.0 remains strong. And I think 9 months to 18 months, that's a reasonable expectation. But we've got to be ever vigilant, looking at the bond market, being aware that the everything bubble, as I just read to you, is ever expanding. But if they can get some more collateral from Iran or Russia or Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan or Mongolia, it's weird. Biden left our airport there, and in Afghanistan, there's a mountain that's the largest copper deposits in the world. Guess who has them now? China. I don't understand our government. I wasn't for those invasions, but it's stinking thinking. All right, so what if by May 5th, double nickels occurs? Your account could be worth $1,289 for a profit of basically $1.25 million. So I think it's great, CJ Yukon, that you established that position. This is not from short squeezes. Look, there, I've shown you, there are examples out there of companies worth, $10 billion, $12 billion, and more based on revenue. So to get to $55, I think the company would have to trade at 10 or 11 billion dollars. Is that plausible? I think if the company did 100 million in revenue, that would obviously be around 100x. If the company did 150 million in revenue, it's a lower number. So I think to get to that 55, you need a combination of revenue, probably in the 150 million range going forward, not already achieved, but projectable and recurring and growing. And the high multiples remaining, I think 55 is achievable. If the company got to 150 million in revenue and traded at 75 times that revenue, it'd be $11 billion company. And I don't know what number of shares to use, but if you divide it by 175 million shares and realize that it could be more than that, that's a $64 stock. So we don't know this information yet, but those numbers are all in the realm of possibility. And so CJ Yukon, as the attorneys finally let go of this document that seems so important to hold on to, we'll start getting those answers. But for your 50 grand in shares, which currently is worth about $23,500, I feel highly confident that you'll have a $100,000 profit in the next 2 to 6 weeks. In the next 6 months, well, what would that be? That would be 9 months. And then within the next 9 months or so, could you have $1 million profit, $1.25 million? Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of that projection out of the control of the company. One is, do the multiples for AI 2.0 companies remain at 150 and even as high as 200 times revenue? Or 50 times would be fine. The other is, does Railtown combined with AI Partners? AI Partners is already doing 400 million in revenue as a group, not the company itself, the group of companies. And then how valuable is Conductor? We know Conductor is valuable because John Ruffalo, Norbrega, and Dr. Kaur all decided, after screening 165 companies, maybe a lot more than that, they said, hey, you're the one. We want you to buy us. And it says in the press releases, it's because of Conductor. It's because of Conductor. They love Conductor. So if Conductor gets some kind of revenue, out of that 400 million, I don't know, what do you pick? Let me be optimistic. Maybe they capture 150 million out of that 400 million revenue from the partnerships. And I'm talking about projected for 2026, 2027. I don't know. Maybe they get 50 million out of Conductor. That's 200 million. You can argue with me that I'm being too optimistic. And I would say to you, you might be right. We don't know. We don't know these numbers yet. But if they do 200 million and it's $55 multiple, not 75, not 100 multiple, not 150 multiple, just 55. I'm playing a little trick in a way. But if we use a multiple of 55 times 200 million in revenue, we get a company worth $11 billion. And now, if we increase the number of shares, because we don't know, to 200 million, we get a target price of $55 a share. And CJ Yukon, I think that is eminently achievable next year as either 26 or 27's projectable annual recurring revenue. And then it's a question of what multiple is given to the combined Railtime's revenue, and that'll be driven by the state of the market but also by the growth of that revenue. We just don't know those factors right now. But I am confident in giving you a prediction that the stock could be $55 within the next 9 months. And for symmetry, I pick May, the fifth month, the fifth day. I pick 5/5 for the stock to be $55 a share. So congratulations. Jack Hamilton, not paying attention to my work meeting and listening to you. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea. But most meetings at work, see, the reason I get frustrated in a lot of the things I talk about, I've always been trained to produce, get things done. To me, a meeting is not production. A meeting is not doing something. It's just wasting time. That's how I see it. But I hope listening to me isn't a waste of time. Hey, Vanden plays. Good to see you. CJ Yukon, average of 51 cents. All right, well, let's use that. 50,000 times 0.51. So your cost basis is 25,500. Perfect. If I'm right, and CJ, my confidence level of the stock being at 550 in October or sooner is extremely high. I don't think the stock market's going to crash over the next quarter. I don't think AI 2.0 is going to go from the red hot focus that's on it to an out of favor at all. In fact, I think governments, industries, states, provinces are going to increase. China, Saudi Arabia, France, Canada, United States, other countries are in a race to provide compute power and create this whole AI 2.0 space. So I don't think it's going to end soon. And I think the 550 target is completely, I mean, nothing's 100%, of course. Nothing's guaranteed. But I just think it's in the sweet spot of a target, 550. And so I think even if you paid 25.5, you're going to find out that you have $100,000 gain in market value in October, if I'm right. And I really think as soon as 9 months from now or sooner, you could have $1.25 million in profit. Then the question is, what do you do? And we'll have time to talk about all that and think about it and diversify and maybe there is a way to set up an entity where everything is physical certificates so we can dodge the obliteration of collateral. Let me ask Google. Oh, Google. Let's ask Google, what is the total worldwide derivative value? The notational value of outstanding global over-the-counter derivatives, oh my gosh, at the end of June in 2023 is 715 trillion. 715 trillion. That's the notational value. They claim that if they offset everything, it's only 20 trillion. I think that's unknowable. So according to the Bank for International Settlements, it's 715 trillion. I guess that's 3/4 of a quadrillion. I mean, that is unbelievable. I don't think global GDP is higher than some. Let's look it up. I'm going to say 65, but I could be wrong. Global GDP. Well, give me a number. Don't just blab. They're not giving me a number. Let's do 2024. Oh, I'm way off. 110 trillion. I said 65 trillion. So it's 110 trillion in nominal GDP. Well, still, derivatives of 715 trillion. It takes 7 years to pay it off if we all starved to pay off our derivatives. Hey, flying bus driver. Oh, you're in England. You're in England? Cheerio. Flying bus driver, all right. $75,000. Well, a quick adding up of using arithmetic, 23. If I'm right, your position could be worth 35,000 in October. No, sorry. It is 35,000 now. 35,000 now. And in October, it could be worth $193,000. Wow. 380. And maybe in 9 months, if I'm right. It could be 1,933,800. These numbers sound very exciting. I hope it comes true. Hope it comes true. But I do believe them. I wouldn't be saying them otherwise. But my confidence level is high on the 550 target. 450, 550, 650, 750, 850. And my confidence in $55 a share is very high too. It's just timing of it. That's all. For me to say within 9 months might be pushing it a bit. But on the other hand, things happen very quickly when the market is hot, hot, hot. We'll find out. We don't know enough yet. We just don't know enough on the higher targets. Hey, Scott. I would, by the way, I wish I were in England. I've heard things are negative economically, but I still miss it. Um, it's a good place to be. Hey, Scott. Hey, DMAC. 250. All right. I think 250 is amazing, DMAC. If you buy 250 shares, and I'm right about and you know, by the way, the reason I'm talking about these high targets is not to hype, it's to keep you from being discouraged by the shorts just selling fictitious shares. I'm trying to fight back. But if that stock went to $55, double nickels, you know, that's $14,000 just for 250 shares. I think it's awesome, DMAC. And that's a nice position, 17,250. Very nice position. I'm not going to calculate it out because I did the last one with a simple ratio and I don't see the simple ratio. Now it's GDC can go at any time. I'm staying right here. Well, I do think GDC and ZJYL both were ready to go, I don't know, a year ago, year and a half ago. And somebody put out on Twitter the exact game plan, the targets, and to the insiders and to the attorneys, it looked like somebody knew the game plan on how they were going to pump these stocks up using computers and paying off traders, and then essentially working in collusion on the long side, which I have no problem with. Fight fire with fire. Um, but I think they got advice. You better not go forward because if you have success right now, and the shorts will use anything to fight back. They'll call in to the SEC and say, "Hey, they're shame. They have no shame." Well, anyway, so they backed off, Daniel, because they could get in trouble. The SEC will go after longs. They don't go after the criminals, and so they backed off. But they never went away. So you still have, in the case of GDC, a company out of China that a handful of guys, international guys, own at least as much or more than the float. And then the short position is rumored to be much bigger than the float, or much bigger than, I don't remember the exact numbers. And they did I don't recall if they did a split or not with GDC, but the whole idea, just like several other stocks, is these guys from Univest and some of these big money in Hong Kong, Singapore, and other places, they'll pay off one of these guys who has a computer, and as long as they've got, pay him 2 or 3 million, and then maybe they've got 10 to 50 million in cash that they can let the computers use to work, they can create what looks like retail or institutional demand. But then the computers on the short side get confused and they see all this buying, and then the prime broker, they start at some point buying in, and you get an HKD or TOP. And I think it could happen with GDC or ZJYL's the other one. But when? A perfect time would be to do it now, to scare everybody out and ruin my credibility, and then have your equity for the next beauty. But that assumes they can do it. Um, Daniel, it requires essentially paying off an international trading desk to turn on their computers. Everything's done by computer. And it involves some collusion and pre-knowledge and then buying and all working together to get the stock to go up, which is technically illegal. But it's exactly what the criminals do all day long for the last 2 decades. So I'm not against it. I'm all for it. I think it's great. But it requires millions of dollars and then millions of dollars in cash to come in to buy, directed by the computers. And it could work at some point. They could do it while no one's looking. There's been no talk about it really, as far as I know. I don't really read Twitter, but it's been a year at least since their game plan was exposed on Twitter, or at least enough of it that the attorneys probably said you can't go forward. So maybe now's a good time to try to do it. You still, as far as I know, and I don't pay close attention, but you still have all those main big whales in there. I think the Univest team is still ready to gear it up. And so it could happen. GDC could go at any time. It's possible. But personally, I think Railtown, if I can get you through today and you don't do anything today, Railtown could happen tomorrow. It could happen Friday. My personal time frame, because we've got attorneys involved, if they hear a Friday deadline, they'll know they can take until Monday at noon. They'll just know it. So I think Monday is our time. So my work has to be to keep you in Railtown today, Thursday, Friday, and probably Monday, probably Tuesday. But hopefully Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week, they finally can complete the paperwork. And then what's going to change? Buying is going to come in with, I think, enormous size. Now, it probably be in stair step, it'll stutter, but by the time the stock gets to $5 or $6, I think it could go to 10 or 12 or something. And I think by the time it gets into the low teens, you could have seen a lot of institutions buy up significant percentages of this company. That's my belief. And then you'll never be able to build even a 17. Oh, it's not yours, but I'm not making fun of it at all, but it'll be very difficult to build a 17,250 share position. Then there will be price discovery. You will have buyers who have a lot of money, but more importantly, they have knowledge, they understand the business, and they have research analysts. I think you're looking at 10x on Railtown at a minimum over the next few weeks. And for GDC to 10x, I mean, it could happen. Maybe it's a squeeze. Wow, GDC's 540, so it's going up. So you got to pay attention to that. It's been going up. Maybe they are going to make it run. It would have to go to $54. Could it happen? Yeah. Let me look at a chart of GDC. Yeah, it's really damn it. It really has broken out of the pennant. It actually looks very strong. Let me go to a 5-year. On the 5-year, it's less exciting. On the 5-year, that is a breakout, but I think there's going to be some resistance right around here, maybe slightly higher, and it should pull back to test where it broke out, but who knows? If it can get through, I don't know, 10, can it go to 20? I guess it can go to 20. I think it's going to have a hard time climbing back up, but yeah, GDC looks like it's got buyers, and maybe what I just described to you is going on in the background. I can't tell that the volume's particularly strong because it doesn't show up on the chart I'm using, but the volume's 236,000 today. The average is 78, so the volume's pretty strong. So maybe it's now time for GDC to do what it was promised a year and a half ago. My feeling on that, for me anyway, is if this goes to 50 or what do you say? 100, whatever. Yeah, it could. I'll just tell myself I missed it, just like the lottery. I didn't win the lottery. If GDC goes to $55 right now, that's 10 times your money. Could it happen? Yeah, it could happen. But Railtown, if it goes to 550, which is my target, $5 to $6, that's 12x. GDC would have to go to $67 to equal just the first part of the move of Railtown. And I just think that's just getting started. GDC will be a short squeeze if it goes, and it'll be manipulated. They'll turn on the computers somewhere to buy against the shorts computers selling. And the key in between that is a group of wealthy investors will put up a certain amount of money that the computers can use, the buy computer anyway, or the desk can use, maybe not the computer. I don't know how it works, but they'll buy. And so the selling computer will say, oh my God, there's a real buyer. And start buying back their positions. So it could happen. But it could go up and come right back down. And the question is, will you play it correctly? Will you hold on too long? Will it happen at all? To me, it's just a lot of unknowns. But I've said to friends of mine for quite a while that I think ZJYL and GDC are just sitting there quietly, waiting till no one notices it anymore. But I don't think those big whales who were trying to make something happen and still own a lot of stock, I don't think they've walked away. So yeah, they'll try again and it might work. And I hope people make a lot of money on it. But for me, Railtown just has to go to where it should be trading now, in my judgment, based on all public information. to get an equivalent move to almost $70 in GDC. You're going to go from 45 cents to maybe $6, $7 immediately. What? Same day, same week, same month, something like that. And then that's the starting point for performance over the next quarters. So, and you don't have to worry, did I get out at the right time? It's going to disappear. So I'd much rather be in Railtown for myself. And I think if you hop from Railtown now to GDC, you might catch a ride. It might happen. But, and part of me thinks one way the shorts could get you out of Railtown is that way. But that might be too conspiratorial thinking. I don't know how to describe to you any better than I keep saying the same thing over and over again. And if it's not sinking in, it doesn't help to say it again. But prices are normally discovered by supply and demand in a fair market. The over-the-counter market is not fair. Stocks under $10, under $5 depends on the stock and the institutions. But it's a safe bet, any stock under $5, that the market isn't fair. There is no enforcement of the locate rule, of the delivery of shares. And if you get a group of guys and girls working together with an investment bank and with an offshore trading desk, and there's enough millions of dollars involved, you can make something happen. It happened with HKD and TOP, for example. So I think GDC could, particularly if Univest is involved, I think it could happen. I think wealth could be created. And now would be the time to do it. No one's thinking of it. They're back to their desks. Vacations are over. They want that money they have in GDC to become liquid again. Now's a perfect time. But for me, if you swap out, tomorrow could be the day that Railtown finally receives the paperwork from the attorneys. It could be Friday. It could be Monday, Tuesday. I'm just saying the same thing over and over again. I think it's very risky to be out of Railtown. And if GDC runs, it's been on my list to go back to with a little bit if Railtown ran. Not a lot. I think the stocks that we hear about, maybe you do a percentage or 0.5% of your account, and it's like a little play thing. So it's been on my mind, but if I miss it, I miss it. I'm gonna get the same move in Railtown, and I'm not going to have to worry about Railtown going up and coming all the way back down. Railtown will go up and stay up based on all the public information out there. And Railtown has a chance to give you 100x over the next 9 months. I mean, maybe GDC does it right away, maybe. But there's a lot of risk in that. I don't think there's a lot of risk in Railtown getting to 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, $75 over in the next year, So, but I would say that looking at GDC on the chart, I would believe there's something going on. At least it could be a lot of people buying it because they think it could squeeze. But I've also shown you this is what happens over and over and over again in these stocks. They run them up, people fear of missing out, and then they sell them down. Is this one different? It could be. All I really know for sure, Railtown is different. Railtown is different. Daryl says, yeah, I guess that was my point, but I don't want to read it out because my point isn't an anti-religion thing or an entire race. My point is there's kind of a cabal, kind of a mafia on Wall Street that have been doing this. If it happened to have been, Irishmen, I would point that out. If it happened to been, they're all men. If it happened to be men from Nigeria, I'd point that out. If it happened to be Chinese, I'd point that out. I don't mean a big anti culture, anti-race, anti-people, anti-religion point. That's not my point. My point is it's like a little mafia. That's all. Hey, Fast Eddie. Discovered big oil reserve in Gaza coastal water, probably same place Biden put them in Marin. Yeah, they found oil there and gas. It's primarily gas. I'm right now, the name of the field is missing. It's some big name. It's not Quantum. I just can't remember the name right now. I have a picture of it here somewhere, but it's gas, and Israel wants that. But it's very interesting. If you read up, I think it's called the Ben Gurion Canal. Israel really is set on building a canal as an alternative to the Suez Canal. And I think that would really put financial strains on Egypt, one of their enemies. And remember, Greater Israel contemplates, by the picture, it seems to contemplate going all the way to the Nile. So maybe that's part of their plan. I don't know. But it might be it might be the United States. It might be the United States is, for the U.S. Navy, is having Israel act on behalf of the U.S. Interests to build this canal. Let me look it up. Let me see if there's any news on the Ben Gurion Canal. Times of Israel. They won't let me read that because I can't. Here's the Sri Lankan Guardian. Maybe they'll let me read that article. They have a picture of it. Well, it just went away. Oh, I see. Darn it. There's the Suez Canal, and there's the Red Sea, and then there's the Ben Gurion Canal. And the easiest way, it's in this picture, it's actually just below Gaza Strip, but or just above it, sorry. But it'd be cheaper just to go through Gaza Strip. The ongoing war in Gaza, it's impossible to call that a war, has not only reignited tensions in the region, but also cast a spotlight on a Israeli project that which could reshape global trade routes, the Ben Gurion Canal. This ambitious initiative aims to rival Egypt's Suez Canal with far-reaching implications for international shipping and geopolitics. First conceived in 1963 during the Cold War, the canal would stretch 260 to 300 kilometers through the Negev Desert, linking the Mediterranean to the Gulf of Aqaba and the Red Sea. Unlike the single-lane Suez, which causes costly delays and congestion, the Ben Gurion Canal envisions dual lanes capable of accommodating the world's largest container ships. The canal's potential to disrupt global trade is clear. The Suez Canal currently handles 12% of global trade, making it a linchpin of international shipping. A competing route controlled by Israel and its allies could divert significant traffic, dealing a blow to Egypt's economy and to China's Belt and Road Initiative, which relies heavily on the Suez. Preferential rates for Israel-aligned nations could further reshape global trade dynamics. However, the proposed canal is fraught with challenges. Some routes suggest it could run near or through Gaza. That's what I heard. It could run near or through Gaza, adding to the region's volatility and raising humanitarian concerns. Nobody has concerns anymore in the West. Nobody. There's 1 million people still apparently in and around Gaza City, and they just got an ultimatum to leave or else. What do you think the or else is? Murder. The displacement of Palestinian communities and the militarization requires to secure the canal would likely exacerbate, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on, exacerbate tensions. Yeah, no one seems to care. Yeah, isn't this insane? In the 60s, the United States proposed 520 nuclear explosions to create a canal. I think we've lost our sanity. It would cost 55 to 100 billion. The Houthis, even small drones could cripple shipping in the Red Sea. The Gaza conflict, it's a slaughter. It's a genocide. There's no conflict involved. You got a bunch of people pushing their belongings around on grocery carts, and the Israelis coming in with jets and tanks and jeeps, and you call that a conflict? Well, anyway, let's not read more about it's a long way off. Michael, hey, I'll be looking to add more on Friday. That's good. I think if I'm right about that, I think you'll have a chance to add today, tomorrow, and Friday, maybe Monday. But I think by the middle of next week, we can say, finally, our long YouTube nightmare is over. That's what I think is coming. But we'll find out if I'm right. Justin Babish, maybe Rail is using the quiet period to do really big things. That's possible. It is possible that things got bigger more quickly. We saw that with the Windrift transaction. There's just so much activity and excitement and bankers and money, and it could be that it's bigger. I don't have any indication of that, but I wouldn't. But I think we collectively have an indication that the company's announced 4 revenue deals without the revenue and 3 other products. And I mean, one thing we could extrapolate is they're working on even more deals because they were out marketing their product. And we have the confirmation from the AIP group of guys that Conductor is brilliant. So, it doesn't take too much of an imagination to think that there might be more deal flow than we're aware of. But we'll just have to wait and see. The tidal wave of positive value creation, born at 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah, it could be. It could. I would imagine. I don't know, Justin. It depends on what the attorneys or the regulators say. I would think for clarity, they would announce the merger first and any other discussion that they've held up on. But if they have revenue and other revenue deals, I don't know. Would they wait to put those out separately? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. They can't. You can't wait forever on good news. You got to get it out. On accounting news, it was June 30 was their last report. So I guess in November we might see another report, right? For September. That'd be something to look forward to. Bill Miko, how many businesses have you started or owned? I don't know how to answer that. I would say that nothing as big as yours, Bill, but I would say I don't know, half a dozen. I also think that as it was described to me when I started at Merrill and elsewhere, that when you build your book, when you build your business as a broker, which is now a wealth advisor, that you are building your business. You have a team, and you pay that team, and you market and all that. I didn't count those, but I did a lot of that. So I've had a lot of experience with partners, with raising money, with building businesses, with building revenue streams, with paying people, and all the attendant. But I didn't start I don't know if a dealership is similar to a broker, being a broker, using corporate ad campaigns and corporate information and corporate products, and then finding the clients. I'd say it's pretty similar. I did that a lot of 2 decades. So I'd say I did it, Bill, but differently than what you did. You're assuming zero. Well, okay, if you think it's zero, it's zero. I don't really want to get into a who's bigger than who's contest. I don't pretend to be anything more than I am. But from the age of high school, well, I guess I worked I guess there was two places in college I worked where I got paychecks. So I'll say after college, I've never received a paycheck in my life, ever. I've always had to create my own business. I've always had to build a business, always, all of my life. And I was a top producer, President's Club, etc. Chairman, I think even chairman's, but all those things don't matter. So I've done it, all that. But if you want to call that zero, that's fine with me, Bill. What if that piece of equipment I purchased helped seal his sale of a business for $2 million in the next few years? That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't know your business, but if I just have the numbers here for 50,000 shares. But just using 50,000 shares, I know it's less, but using 50,000 shares, if you could buy one piece of equipment last week, 50,000 shares is worth 23 grand. If I'm right, and once the deal is announced, and you waited already for that long, that's what confuses me. You waited June, July, August, the dead time, and I warned that the first week in September was going to be dead. So I guess that piece of equipment wasn't available next week or next month. It was only available in the first week of September. I don't know that. It's pretty impressive that you can make $5 grand a month on it. It really is. But if I'm correct, which I believe I am, otherwise I wouldn't be stubbornly talking about this, as early as next week, that one piece of equipment could turn into 5. If you waited to next week, now I've admitted it could take 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, some time frame, the position is going to 10 or 12x very rapidly. What you need is the quiet period to be gone, the buyers who are backed up around the block, depending on their rule book, to come in and buy. And there'll still be some short selling, but maybe the shorts give up as well. And you need to see revenue and all that. But I think the stock should be $5, $6, $7, and it could quickly go to the teens. So anyway, my question as a business person would be, if I can buy one machine today that generates $5,000, wouldn't it be better to buy 5 machines in a month that could generate 25 grand a month? That would be my question. But I don't know your business. But that kind of be how I'd look at that. In terms of selling your business in 2 years on 50,000 shares, I know 40,000 would be fewer. You'd essentially get $2 million out of that position, in my judgment, that's true, within 9 months. And it could be higher than that. So I still would think Railtown's a better place to be. But the difference is, Bill, you're a wealthy man, which confuses me about why you need this source of cash. But I've had a lot of wealthy clients, and clients don't always have a lot of cash sitting around because their capital is deployed. So I understand that. But if I had an opportunity to purchase a machine that would give, for 20 grand, let's say, that would give me 5 grand a month for some period of time, maybe forever, that's a pretty good investment. But I don't know that machine, I don't know the cost of maintenance on that machine. I don't know the depreciation of that machine. I don't know if the machine becomes obsolete. I don't know if the machine could have been purchased 30 days from now instead of in the first week of September. I don't know. On the face of it, for me, if I waited from, as you said, for 6 months, which confuses me because I didn't really push this heavily until June, but I did talk about Railtown from October, November of last year. So I totally believe that you're telling the truth. So you've been in it for 6 months. Obviously, you had a goal in mind. I mean, it's possible that the equipment had a deadline and you just ran out of time. And then you just got to do what you have to do. That's just life. It is. And that's a pretty good alternative, to buy a piece of equipment that generates on the surface of it, 60,000 in profit a year, based on the information that I saw, 5 grand a month profit, for 20 grand, less than 20 grand. That's a pretty good deal. But like I say, I don't know your business. I don't know if you need more than one of those machines, but just waiting another 5 days, we'll find out. You've been very patient, and I was wrong about June. I was wrong about July. I give myself a pass on August. I could end up being wrong about September. I could be. It's a fact. So if you had a deadline, if you needed to establish your performance now instead of in October, those are all things I'm not privy to. So I assume, Bill, you made the best decision for your business. And you know your business much better than I. But if I understand what your business is, I would say there's risk. But there's always risk, right? But there's risks in the sale of your product 2 years from now. So will the company be worth $2 million in 2 years or something? It's the same kind of risk. It's sort of a lot of variables you can't predict. But I think the best thing going for your decision is you know what you're doing. I think that's the greatest thing about your decision. You know your business, you know how to make it work, you know the competition, and you've got a gut instinct for it better than anybody else in that business. So that's the best reason to do what you did. I feel like you could have waited 10 days. And if you don't need more than one machine, how about you look at it this way? In 10 days, you might be able to sell that exact same position, buy your machine, and give your wife $100,000 to invest in that oil project that she's doing so well on with the $250,000. I just feel like you're leaving a lot of money on the table because you're reading the delay in Railtown completing the announcement of the merger as if the merger's not going to happen and as if there's a problem. You said it. You think the stock will go to 20 cents if there's no news. I think you're just totally wrong on that. And I've spent a lot of time and effort trying to not only give my reasoning, but give the sources of information. Yesterday, I gave from my old office. Well, you can get it on any news channel. What Morgan Stanley is calling for AI. One of the first one was a woman analyst. She was saying, I forget her name. She was saying that the addressable market for AI is 40 trillion. 40 trillion. 40 trillion. The next guy said that the capex spent by companies on AI, he said, at first he said for the next few years, but then he gave a deadline of 2028. I don't think it matters, but he said $3 trillion spent between now and 2028. $3 trillion by companies developing AI software and infrastructure. And then another person talked about large capex, but didn't quantify it. But if we take, I don't know which one, 40 trillion, or let's take 3 trillion spent, let's say over the next 3 years, 3 trillion. And if Railtown gets 0.5% of that 3 trillion in annual revenue, so technically, I guess I'm saying 1.5%. 3 trillion. Let's do it this way: $1 trillion a year being spent over the next 3 years. $1 trillion a year. And if Railtown gets 1% of that, well, you don't know that. That's a lot of things have to go right. Well, Canada is one of the biggest players in AI worldwide. They are merging with 165 companies run by 3 guys who founded Constellation, the capital backed Constellation Software, which is now a $5 billion company. So if we just assume 1%, I don't like that answer, so I'm going to do it again. It looks too big. Yeah, 1%. That would be 10 billion in revenue. So let's look at it a different way. Let's say they get 15 basis points. 15 basis points. Of that. In other words, 1.5% of that number. I don't know if that's 15 basis points. I don't know how to explain it. But going from 1.5% of a trillion, let's take 1.5% of that, a tenth. Anyway, it's 150 million. If you take 150 million times 25 multiple, divided by 175 million shares, it's a $21 target on the stock. Now, I don't know what you get for your dealership on $60,000 profit per year on a machine. I don't know if you get 5x, 10x. I don't know if it's the only ingredient in getting 2 million. Maybe it is. Maybe your argument is you're going to get that 60,000 per year profit is going to give you 33x. Those are decisions you make. But what confuses me is why you would wait through the dog days of August, and your initial reason for selling that you gave was that if there's no news soon, it's going to 20 cents. So your original reason was an indication that you were nervous or a non-believer. The delay was causing your disbelief in the Railtown story. That's fair enough. People do things for all sorts of reasons. When I used to travel around the country as a Democrat for oil and gas, I would ask every place I went, who are you voting for? And if they were young women and they said George Bush, I'd ask them why. Because he's cute. So people have their reasons. I just don't know. I don't see the logic of it. The argument is because attorneys have taken a long time, therefore the company's not worth anything. And I just find that's I don't, it just doesn't make any sense. I think the reason attorneys could take very long are basically three things. They're the wrong attorneys. They're incompetent. I find it hard to believe that Railtown or AI Partners or the big investors would hire the wrong attorneys. I just don't believe that. So I think they're fully competent. The second thing is the attorneys could be working together with the Toad and Canaccord, and they're trying to gum up the works and buy time for short sellers to come in and cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt and drive the price of the stock down so that the merger falls apart. Or if the merger goes through, it's a gigantic amount of stock that's issued. And so that's a possibility that the attorneys are working with the criminals, and that is possible. But what I think is different here with Railtown is the the merger that's proposed, the acquisition by AI partnerships, or I used the wrong thing, the acquisition of AI partnerships by Railtown. It's not a gigantic purchase. We're not talking about something that the criminals could use their same strategy with, like they did with Logic, like they did with Collective Audience, like they did with all these other companies. The network partnership, AIP, it's not that valuable as a point in time acquisition, because it's just it's a loose collection. It's like a I don't know what to call it. It's like an association of 165 companies run by one company. So what's that value? It's not huge. So there should be no problem merging these two companies, regardless of what the shorts do to the price of the stock. Now, what's the dynamic once it gets merged? AI partners coming in with a small value and talking to the top 10 revenue earners in the network and saying, you know what, we want to roll you up and we want to give you 5% of the NewCo. They're going to laugh in their face. Just like what happened with Logic and Brent Sun. They're going to say, are you kidding? You're not worth that much. We'll do it. You know, there'll be a negotiation. So what really happens is when Railtown buys AIP partners, all of a sudden you've got a bigger company. For sake of argument, maybe you have a $500 million to $1 billion company. I mean, conceivably, if it goes to $6, you've got $1 billion company instead of 60 million. And I don't know what AIP would be worth in the public market right now. I don't think very much at all. So let's call it 70 million combined, maybe right now. But once the news comes out and the revenue becomes clear and the deal flow becomes clear and what they're doing becomes clear and all that, maybe you have $1 billion company because of the merger. Well, all of a sudden it gets really competitive and valuable for shareholders to roll up these companies. So the merger itself makes the AIP via Railtown in a better position to roll up all these companies. But your thought process, which you shared with everyone, is if the news doesn't come out soon, the stock's going to be 20 cents. I responded to that. I think I mean, anything's possible at any time, but the logic doesn't support that conclusion. I really don't understand not waiting till the merger is announced. And then you see the power of the buying, maybe the shorts disappear, but then you actually get price discovery. And I guess your argument at the time was, well, if the news doesn't come out, it's going to 20 cents. And I guess that would be price discovery is the shorts keep shorting, the news doesn't come out, so the buyers can't come in. So for a period of time that the news doesn't come out, that price discovery will be 20 cents. And I can't argue that would never happen. But I mean, it's just repetitive over what I've said the last few days. To extrapolate that the attorneys are going to take more time, and that the reason the attorneys are taking so much time is because the deal is falling apart and the deal is worthless, it just doesn't make any sense. So I'm glad, Bill, that you're very wealthy and that you have an extremely attractive alternative for the investment, and that you're putting your money in something you know more about than anybody on the planet, and I'm sure it's going to be very successful. You also have enough. You don't need more. You don't, what I just described to you, that you could maybe make $2 million on that 40,000 shares next year, you don't need it. You're already rich. You don't need it. So I don't fault you for your decision, but to put out there to people that you sold half your position and you thought it could go to 20 cents, something didn't make sense, and I probably overreacted. I certainly overreacted, but I also am protective of all the investors here because the logic isn't there for that decision. Unless you needed to buy the equipment immediately, somebody else was going to take it from you, because that must be equipment that's in high demand. I mean, if you can put 17 grand, 18 grand into equipment and it gives you 5 grand a month from the jump and it lasts a long time, everybody would be doing that. So you may have had no choice but to act right away, and you ran out of time, and that happens, and that's just life. It happens all the time. You can be right on a trade, right on the direction of the trade, and run out of time. That always happens. Not always, but often happens. But I guess at its core, I think selling this stock because the attorneys are taking so long doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If the deal had fallen through, Railtown's still more valuable than 45 cents anyway. But if the deal were to have fallen through, they would have announced it already. The two companies from the start, and as recently as last month, have made joint announcements. I'm not going to read it again. I've read it over and over again. Just how powerful the CEOs of both companies believe this combination is going to be. But if you don't want to believe it, rereading it to you is not going to make it believable. But so I don't understand thinking that the delay in time is because the deal is worth less, or that the deal is falling apart, or that there's something wrong with the projections of what the company is worth, all because the lawyers have taken a long time. It just doesn't make sense. My opinion, Bill, is if you're a businessman and if you have resources like you say, you could have purchased that equipment with other monies or with credit, I don't know. And I'm not saying you would have wanted to, so that's not my place to say. But if you could have held off on buying the equipment, let's say 3 weeks, I think you left 80, 100 grand on the table. And I know you're wealthy, but to me, that's a lot of money. Anyway, I've explained my viewpoints. I think it's great that your business is going well. And I think number one thing you should do is invest in things you know. That's what I think. So, um, and I guess your advice to everyone here, I'll make sure everyone keeps it in mind that if they make money on this trade, they should go to professionals instead of dealing with me. I will keep that advice because as a businessman, you know, you know that your advice in the financial world and in securities must be good because you've run a business. So I'll make sure everybody knows that they shouldn't do any more business with me. They should hand their capital over to the professionals. Let's say the professionals at Merrill Lynch who use uh, uh, the DTC and pooled securities to create derivatives. And, you know, they have a young brokers, young men and women who've never seen a bear market, who do not recommend stocks. They just recommend managed money. I'll make sure I let people know that they should go seek out that professional help instead of dealing with me. But I'll keep your recommendations in the front of everyone here. I just don't happen to agree with you that the delay, that if the news takes another week or 2 weeks or a month, that the stock's going to 20 cents. I don't agree with you. But I'll keep that opinion out in front of people. I will also continue to tell people that one of the best ways they can create financial independence is to invest in themselves, invest in things they know. And if they can find equipment that can make their business worth $2 million in the next 2 years for 18 grand now, that's a hell of a rate of return. And I certainly would not speak against that. On the other hand, I'm going to stick to my guns that Railtown is worth 10x right now. Now, is it in an hour, in a day, in a week, in a month? I don't know. But very quickly, I think Railtown's worth 10x from here. Once the attorneys tell the companies they can announce that the merger has been papered up. And I think it makes no sense. I personally, if I were building a business right now and I needed to buy equipment to take my business to the next level, I would wait a month. One, because I'd have more equipment I'd be able to buy, and two, because I'd have more cash. But that's just because I believe in the Railtown story, and it's clear you don't. And that's fine. I didn't do a good job explaining it to you. And you said that a lot of things have to go right. Well, obviously, in your business, everything's going to go right. But it doesn't matter because you know how to fix things if they go wrong. You know what to do. And that's a safer place to put your money. It really is. I can't argue with that. I just don't think there's a lot that has to go right from here in Railtown to get the initial 10x. I think everything is lined up. The reason it's taking longer, most likely, is that the deal has gotten bigger. There's more to paper up. There's more acquisitions to get signatures on. There's more people that have to sign paperwork. It's most likely that the attorneys are not delaying because they're incompetent. They're not delaying because they're in collusion with the shorts, or if they are, that collusion is not going to have a big impact on the final chopping up of percentage ownership of the company, of the NewCo, for the reasons I just explained. Because in fact, once the NewCo is combined, it'll be more powerful in its negotiations rolling up the network companies. So it's actually, whatever the shorts try to do, in this case, isn't going to work. What's the third thing the attorneys could be doing to take so long? The deal's bigger than they thought. They announced it would take weeks. It's taken months. Why would it be taking months? Because there's more companies. They announced 4 of them. Are there more in the hopper? Maybe. But announcing 4 doesn't lead me to believe that the stock's going to 20 cents. And I think your risk reward decision was, I better buy this equipment now because it's going to help me sell my business for $2 million, which I thought you already sold, by the way. 2 years from now, my risk reward is, if I don't do it in the first week of September, it could go to 20 cents. In other words, you could lose half your money if you sold at 20 cents. Or it could go 10 or 12x from here. And I'd have, if I sold at 10 or 12x, I might have $125,000 in cash to spend on improving my business and getting it sold more quickly. And I'd have my piece of equipment. So from all angles, I only see that decision as impatience and being a little pissed off, but it certainly is not believing in Railtown. And when you come on here and tell people, I react because people respect you. You're a businessman. You own a lot of shares. You've been kind enough to be a long-time listener. I don't want anybody else thinking that way. I think if you've been this far, you might as well wait and see what the announcement says and what the announcements come after that in terms of revenue. Obviously, they haven't told us about revenue projections on these 4 companies that they've already announced. What about the revenue of the roll-ups? They haven't talked about that. What about revenue of deals, additional deals that might be in the sales process for Conductor? They haven't talked about that. And you think it's smarter to tell my people here that they should get out. You didn't say that, but that's the implication of your actions. Because if the news doesn't come soon, it's going to go to 20 cents. I don't agree with it. And I spent a lot of time. And sometimes when I start going, I can get a little bit repetitive, pedantic, I suppose sarcastic, caustic. I can be an asshole, and I'm sure I was. For that, I apologize. But for sticking to my guns, I'll do it every step of the way. I do not think you made a smart decision. But on the other hand, maybe it was urgent to get that piece of equipment. I don't know. Maybe you only need 1 piece of equipment, not more. Maybe you'll be just as happy with half your position. I mean, if you look at it as a total position, and right now you don't believe it, but you might come around to believing it, that the entire thing could be sold to Microsoft within the next 2 years, I don't know, at $125, $150 a share. I personally think it'll be over 250. But let's just take 100 and, I mean, you can discount it. But if they sell the company to Microsoft for $125 and you only have to wait a year and a half, that's $10 million. So you obviously don't believe in the story, because I think your business is a valuable place to put the money. But I think as a wealthy man, you had alternative sources of capital. I also think once this deal is announced, if the stock trades to $10, you could have taken initially, as an example, if the stock went to $10 and you held 80,000 shares, you could have taken 18 grand out against margin. The charge is probably pretty high. It used to be low, but now I bet it's credit card rates like 12% or something. But you could buy your equipment on margin without selling any stock, without creating a tax obligation. And then when the revenue came in at 5 grand a month, you could pay down your margin in 3 months or 4 months and pay off all the interest. And you could have your machine and you'd have 80,000 shares. And I'm telling you, for Microsoft, for NVIDIA, or AMD to buy Railtown, of course, in that case, you're right. A lot of things would have to line up. The market would have to stay strong. AI would have to stay strong. Multiples would have to stay strong. But we see that Microsoft and the rest are all buying anything they can buy. If they paid $125 a share, you'd have $10 million. If you want to assume that's ridiculous, you can take half of that. You'd have $5 million. And if the company at that time had 200 million shares outstanding and the price was 125, Microsoft would be paying 25 billion with stock. They'd be using their stock as currency. It's all conceivable. But you have to believe in it, and you obviously don't. And that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to believe in it. But when you tell people here that the stock is, if the news doesn't come out, the stock's going to 20 cents, I'm going to react. And I did. I should have taken a deep breath, waited until people sold their shares. I just shouldn't have said anything, because your knowledge in building a business transfers to your knowledge of securities markets. I guess that's what I should have thought, but I didn't. I got defensive. I got protective. I also was protective for you. I really thought that I felt badly for you, because I really thought and still think that potentially unless you reestablish your position at some point, you might. I think you may have left millions of dollars on the table, and only time will tell with that. But that's how I was feeling then. I felt you were being sucked into the short side of the story, and the inevitable doom and gloom of time, and you were getting hurt by the attorneys taking forever. And it was only hurting you. And I was actually defensive on your behalf as well. I was trying to be protective of you. Obviously, that was wrong, because you are a fighter and you're able to look out for your own financial condition perfectly. And you have a great business. You really do. You have a fantastic business. Anybody that can turn 18 grand into 5 grand a month in profit, That's a magnificent business. And, you know, I'm trying to think who it is. One of the guys, maybe it's Jimmy Rogers. He always says, do what you know how to do. Invest in yourself. Don't listen to some guy on YouTube. And I agree with that. But I didn't know when I first reacted, because you didn't give that reason. I didn't know that it was a business decision. I thought it was basically a decision made out of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And I was, my first reaction was to protect you, disappointment for you, but then I was trying to protect everybody else's thought process. You know, fear, Bill, spreads very quickly. And I've got 200 people here, and they can get afraid just like that. And I don't want that to happen here until the attorneys are finished. I personally now think it's going to be next week. And Bill, maybe you needed to buy that equipment before September 15th. I have no idea. So I appreciate that you bought 80,000 shares. I appreciate that you held to 80,000 shares. And I think it's great you still have 40,000 shares. And if I were in your situation and I had no other sources of capital, I'd say, you know what? I gave up on half, but on the other hand, I can live my life with $5,000 a month coming in, and maybe I'm going to sell my business for $2,000, even though I already sold it before. Anyway, let me move on. I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't see that you said more. Let me see what you said. William, you may be a great stock guy. I don't think so. I think I have a performance record on stock that's equivalent to almost anybody out there who doesn't cheat. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. What I do know, Bill, is when you have something that's going to work, you don't treat it like you would any of the other hot stocks. You don't treat it like you would any other, oh, I heard about it decision and I'm going to go put it in a new car or whatever. You don't treat it that way. I've had in my lifetime probably, I don't know, 3. If I thought longer, I might be able to come up with another 1 or 2. But I've probably had 3 stocks in my lifetime that did what Railtown is about to do. And the first one, I didn't trade very well. I was very young. The second one, I was precluded from trading because my firm was doing a banking deal, and there was a you're not allowed to buy or sell the stock or even recommend it to clients. So I had to be very careful what I said to clients, and I went on a trip with everybody, and I couldn't come back and tell people any recommendation because my firm was doing a banking deal. But what I could do was talk to people about puts and calls, and maybe we should hedge, maybe we have a great gain. I could do that, and I did. I probably had, I don't know, 300, 400 people in it. I had a big position, and I went down that list. I worked very hard on it, But it was so hard training people, teaching people, getting the signature on the option papers, visiting people. It was a lot of work. And I couldn't get it all done by the time I wouldn't say news, but by the time the momentum broke and it went the other way. And I was unable to sell because I wasn't allowed to. People did. People break that rule, and I should have. But I was trained that I have to talk to every single client first before I take action. And then I have to disclose it. And that's what I was doing. Anyway, so I didn't trade that one that well either. In fact, that was pretty expensive for me. And the other one, the other ones, I guess, I didn't trade that all that well either, just to show that it's very hard to learn the lessons of fighting emotions. I've done a lot of private deals. I've done a lot of private investments in public deals. I've screened a lot of transactions, and I've interestingly probably learned more from the deals that ultimately fell apart than the ones that worked. But I participated in the initial trades. I kind of had a group of clients who I wouldn't keep their positions for very long because it was a lot of money, but I had them participating in transactions every month. And I was a big producer. They were wealthy. I only had part of their money. So it was all appropriate. But I did participate in a lot of particularly biotech and technology deals in the form of secondaries and in the form of IPOs and even trades. And that was back when the market worked. And you had investment bankers, you had research, you had squawk box calls, brokers would recommend stocks, and you were allowed to recommend if the firm recommended the stocks under $5, because your firm made a market in it, a real market. And there was enforcement of the rules. There was enforcement of delivery, etc., because compliance officers were in each and every retail office. So anyway, I saw what a real market can do to a biotech firm, for example, like Tilo, where they just announced the stage of almost getting to a cure. I'm not a biotech guy, but they had success. These stocks would go up $20, $30, $40. And they'd raise money and it'd go to 120. It doesn't happen anymore. Because in biotech, the shorts know, the criminals know, that as soon as good news is announced, the company's going to have to raise money. So a Northwest Bio, which has a great story, they get crushed because there's no enforcement of the rules. So I've had to learn a tough lesson over the last 3 or 4 years about what criminals do and how corrupt the market is. And I just read about securities entitlements from another source, the source, that I read before. And it adds to what Trimbath said. And, I finally have accepted the fact that what Ham says isn't true. I don't think it's because Ham is lying. I think it's because Ham makes an assumption that's wrong. Just like the guy from the American Stock Exchange makes an assumption that's wrong when he's recommending logic and collective audience because there's systems in place. I don't think there's any systems in place in the stocks under $5, in the stocks under $7. I'm not sure they're in there for any stock, other than a handful on NASDAQ and all of them on the New York. I don't think there are any systems in place. Well, on the other end of assumptions is Ham's assumption that when there's a large short position, that it has to be covered. I see no evidence that Wall Street is in a hurry to buy back large short positions. In fact, I see Wall Street smoothing the way for the criminals to hide those shares, move those shares, bury those shares in lawsuits and in receiverships. And I think they even hire the attorneys and the receivers to make sure it happens. I see no evidence that Wall Street will buy in any short position. I do see that there's a chance that if the longs work with a banker, work with big money, they collude to buy up, which is illegal, they collude to buy up the entire float. They hire an offshore trading desk with the computers, because it's all done by computer now. They give that desk $2 or $3 million to turn their machines on to buy, and they provide to that desk $25, $40, $50 million to prime the pump on the buy side so that the computer can get, you saw this happen with Nixie twice. So the computer can start barcoding, but on the buy side. And then the sell computer gets confused. The Toads computers get scared. They don't like what they're seeing. So they start buying. You can get a short squeeze then. But that's not compliance. That's not Wall Street. That's the clash of the titans. The other thing that can do it is a big surprise that makes the company verifiably worth a huge amount of money more. That's gold, that's oil and gas, that's a contract in the, an immediately fulfillable contract in the space of technology or biotech. But these things don't happen very often. So no, Bill, I don't think I'm particularly good as a stock guy. I don't think I'm great. I think there are a lot of moving variables. I think I was wrong in believing Ham's idea. I'm not saying Ham did it on purpose, but I think Ham's recommendation of GTII and CRTD worked for some investors, like this woman. She probably got in early, took a really nice profit on the way up, and she's happy. And she keeps, that's her system. Listen to Ham's recommendations, get in early, get out before anybody else. Play the pump and dump without the responsibility of being a pump and dumper. It's a pretty smart thing that she's doing. But I bought into the squeeze. I bought into the idea. I bought into Ham having knowledge that these had to be bought in. But, Bill, I learned with MMTLP what used to work. I'm telling you, it used to work. doesn't work anymore. FINRA's on the side of the shorts. FINRA apparently shorted MNTLP. So how wrong could I be? I was making the assumption that the stock market and the enforcement of securities laws pre-Bill Clinton, mid-Bill Clinton, and earlier are the same as the Obama George Bush laws. And of course, Trump doesn't even pay attention. Little did I know. People warned me that it's all different now because all it is gathering assets and putting it in mutual funds or in money managers. That's all it is now. Well, it took me, what, a year and a half, 2 years longer to learn my lesson and to lose money. But I think the assumption Ham makes is wrong. It's flawed. I do not think that Wall Street will buy in large short positions. I do think you can trick the sell-side computer into limiting losses, because remember, they do this over hundreds, thousands of plays. So you can trick the Toad's computers into buying back all the shares and running it all the way to 1,000, because by then the prime dealer comes in and it can happen. It has happened. But the setup has to be just right. And I think it needs longs to commit the crime as well, two to tango. I don't think I have any edge in finding and locating those shares, those plays. One could argue that Ham knows. Well, I played a lot of his. At some point, you got to say, well, wait a minute. Wasn't all Ham doing is giving me one of the early calls, maybe. And then as he went through the calls, then the whales bought in and the stock went up, and then some people got out. And then it came back down. So I don't think I have an edge in pre-calling short squeezes. If they happen and it's in a stock I'm in, great. But I don't think I am great at that at all. With Railtown, what I see, Bill, is it was shown, Railtown was shown to me, I think, in October. I could go look it up. And I said, oh, great, good. Sounds great, thank you. Thanks for showing it to me. Yeah, send it to me. Yeah, I'll read it. And then I didn't have another conversation about it probably for a month. And I thought about it. I looked at it. I thought about it. I said, I think it was Nixie at that time. And I think people made money at Nixie. And I made a couple of calls and and I talked to some people. Yeah, could be. Yeah, well, and of course back then Ham was on every day with G-Bucks or GDC, Finger. So my mind was on other things. And then I had another conversation about Railtown, I think maybe in November, and I went through the story again. I listened to it. I said, wow. You know what Railtown's a lot like? And the guy didn't want to hear it, but to me, there's a company in oil and gas that I'm private right now that I think I'm going to be shut out of. They've raised all of the money they need, but I'm trying to hold a position because I'm expecting some funding that I now believe will be next year. The bureaucrat is a woman. I don't know what motivates women, young women, when they're in power. I have no idea. It's not, they can't be fired. It's obviously not a performance related to releasing funds. I have no idea. So I assume that money will come next year, and this deal will get funded without me. But the penny dropped, and the company that I can say the name because they're fully funded now. It's called Ubiterra. They presented at the oil and gas conference. They've got a bunch of contracts, but the guy that started, a guy named Flanagan, built 2 software companies for oil and gas in the past. And the first one, I think he sold to KKR at, now I don't remember. It might have been 5x, it might have been 10x. And then the other one, I think he sold to Halliburton. I'd have to go check the records. The point is, he built up these software service companies for oil and gas, built the customers, and then sold it to the bigger oil and gas companies. And it's that same question. Why wouldn't Schlumberger or KKR, why wouldn't KKR just build this company itself? Well, private equity like KKR, what they do, they buy the company, they bring it private again, they tumble it around in the washing machine, tumble it around in the dryer, and then they put it back out at a multiple, and they make all these fees, and they increase the value of their managed portfolio where they get to take 20 or higher percent of the gain. So private equity does it all day long. But why wouldn't Halliburton just build this project on their own, whatever it was? Well, the reason is Halliburton has their own projects going on. They have their own revenue targets. And whoever's at Halliburton making that decision, she doesn't want to lose her job by investing in a startup that if it blows up, she's going to kick the road. And she'd rather be there and say, wait a minute. This is great. I have it on my radar. I'll bring it to Halliburton at 50x the price or 10x the price when they have customers, when they have revenue, when they have a growth trajectory, when they are best of class. I'll go to Halliburton then and we'll buy it then. And most investors will say, well, why would they do that? They could have been the one building it out. Why would Halliburton, they could have built it all day long at 50 cents a share, and then they could have benefited from all of this. Why would they buy it at $50 instead of, well, because of course, my premise is the company's worth $5 right now. We just don't see it. So why wouldn't Halliburton build it all out at $5 and they could get the benefit of the 10x? Because they don't care about that. One, the individual doesn't want to lose her job. But 2, she will do a perfect job as far as Halliburton's concerned. If she buys it at $50 and over the next 10 years, it's worth $100. That's how the big companies think. So the penny finally dropped in my second long conversation about Railtown, that these guys, and it's in the videos, it's all public information. These 2 guys, this is before AI Partners, by the way, way before AI Partners, a month before they met and 3 months before they announced they were buying them out. Well, I saw something in that conversation as we went through the deck again. And I forget. I'm going to do it by memory. Corey Brandolini had built, I think, 2 companies, maybe 4. But he built at least 2 software companies and sold them. And what clicked in my mind that time is he sold one of them to Microsoft. And Microsoft, in the public information, is Railtown is in the partnership program in 3 of the programs for Microsoft. And they have a good relationship. And I thought to myself, wow, this is just like Ubiterra and the 2 companies before that Peter Flanagan built and sold. It's the same story. So these guys, Marwan Haddad, who was part of a company that was sold, I think it was called Resas or something. And I think Corey was part of that one too. And that was resold. But the key one that got me, Bill, was that Corey Brandolini had built a software company and sold it to Microsoft. And I went, my gosh, this is the same exact strategy of Ubiterra. Ubiterra is building a software, cloud-based, by the way, that's Railtown, cloud-based software that allows companies to use data from the front of the drill bit. You go deep, vertical, and then you go horizontal. You can even go out. They now do U-turns with the drill. And what Ubiterra lets you do is keep the drill in the zone with the oil or the gas essentially 100% of the time. Real time. And you can be in London watching a horse race or at the field or pitching a different project to an investor in Western Virginia, and everybody can get on the same, their iPhone, their computer, and they can make a decision with the data. Should we stop here? Should we begin our turn? Should we? And you get 99% in the zone, and you turn tier 2 assets in oil and gas into tier 1. And why does it matter? It's because you can add 20% or more of the resource to what you can produce once you frack the wells. And it's a huge increase in your efficiency, in your pricing, in your rates of return. So I said to as I re-looked at it and was being told, these guys started working on this conductor 5-6 years ago. And I said, wow. And they're working with Microsoft? And I asked the question, why wouldn't they just sell this to Microsoft? Why wouldn't Microsoft just buy it? And the answer I heard really got me excited. The last time Corey sold, he got a good price. But then he saw, I don't know if it was with Microsoft, it might have been with a private equity firm. I don't know the details. But the last time he sold, he saw that he left a lot of money on the table. That's what I heard. I've never spoken to him. So this time, I think he's going to be very careful on the price he gets. But anyway, what I heard was that's exactly their strategy. Their strategy, they've spent 5 years in R&D. Their strategy is to come out and get customers, particularly through the Microsoft partnership, and if they got the right price, sell. So that got me really excited. And that's when I started talking to people, because to me, that wouldn't take very long. It's technology. Things in technology in bull markets, they go rapidly. So that was my first interest in Railtown. And I really thought that at that time, they had so much interest in Conductor, I didn't think it would take more than 3 to 6 months for them to prove up their product, their concept, and their ability to grow revenues rapidly. And I figured they'd enter into negotiations to be bought by Microsoft this year, by now. I didn't know that would result in any kind of offer or happen right away. But that was exciting to me. That's without AI partners, but that's why I started talking about Railtown. But then they announced the AI partnership merger. And of course, that was a disappointment on the one hand, because obviously they weren't going to be entering into any discussion, in my theory, with Microsoft to be bought out. And in fact, everything in terms of commercialization would be put on hold. And any kind of merger, from my experience, and I'm sure you've had that experience, Bill, anything you do with attorneys, takes a long time. So, oh, shoot, I guess this thing's not going to do anything for a while. So I went back to G-Bucks and Finger and Nixie. But after a month or two went by, May, I started thinking, well, they got to be done by now. And this AI partnerships, I looked into Ruffalo, I looked into the revenue. I did a cursory examination of Constellation software. I understand the roll-up concept totally, because I've raised money for companies with that strategy, so I didn't have to study that. But I became convinced that this merger was great, and that as soon as it was announced, the jump up in the stock price could be huge, as I've explained before. One of the keys to that is the revenue that I saw on X out of the 160 companies in February as 400 million. Well, it doesn't take much. I can do it right now. 400 million times 80% is 320 million. 160 companies times 20% is 32 companies. So it seemed to me, all right, they're probably going to roll up 32 companies and get 380 million in revenue. But then I thought, well, I don't know what the deal's going to be, how much the revenue split's going to be, how many shares. I didn't know any of that. So I took half of that and assumed they could get to 160 million in revenue per year just from the AIP side. And then I multiplied that early on. I multiplied that by 12.5 multiple, and I got a $2 billion stock price. And at the time, I thought there was 130 million shares out. So I divided that by 150 million shares. And I came up with a price of $13 target. And I chopped that. I took 2/3 of that off. And I came up with a $4.40 target. That's where my 10x came from, Bill. Pretty simple. And I think I was very conservative in all my assumptions. So the surprises are to the upside. And that's when, after 60 days from February 11th, I felt the clock was ticking. And I believed, and still believe, that the roll-up strategy is going to be massive for revenue, precluding the need to go to the shorts, precluding the need to go to the toad, precluding the need to go to Jeff Easton, for example, precluding the need for capital. I just gave you the numbers. It could be more than that. And I used 12x, by the way. I didn't use 25x. I didn't use 50x. I didn't use 75x. I didn't use 100x. I used 12x. And I didn't count conductor. So Bill Miko, what I said as a businessman, the only thing holding back Railtown is it's in a quiet period. The attorneys, as soon as they're finished with their product and the company announces the deal, the buying's going to come in. The shorts might be in trouble, but certainly they're not going to keep selling at the size they're selling. But the buying's going to be coming in at 12x to get the stock to 440. That's why I recommend it. You know what, Bill? I don't have to run a dealership to understand that. And I may be a great stock guy. That has nothing to do with being a stock guy. That has to do with having raised money for companies, have studying markets, and just using basic arithmetic and projections, and using the front part of the brain rather than the reptilian part, and understanding the mechanics of why the stock, why buyers aren't buying, and shorting is in there. Surely, I didn't know about the Rock report at that point. It was very exciting, still is very exciting. I'm not a great quote unquote stock guy. I look at deals. And I raise money for companies and for transactions and for deals. I don't consider myself a great stock guy. Thank you for trying to put me in a category and diminish me. I'm thinking a businessman, not so much. So I'm not a good businessman. Yeah, I would say that's right, Bill. I think at the end of the day, I've chosen to rely on partners who were not the best choices. I've also had to learn the lesson many times that wealthy people that go into business with you do not have the same motivations as you do. They can wait. They can do other things. I've also had to learn the lesson, if you go into business with someone who doesn't want to build that business, that's not the greatest way to be. But I have built businesses. I have built wealth. And but where I sit right now, I would say that I fit your category. I'm not so good at being a businessman. I'm just a stock guy, Bill Miko, and I'm a shitty businessman. I'm going to accept your category because you're being so thoughtful. Um, maybe you're wrong. I would say you are. You still have 40,000 Railtown, and that's enough for you. I started this whole thing with that. You're already wealthy, Bill. I don't know why you bought it in the first place. Why don't you buy 5 machines and make 25 grand a month? What the hell do you need to buy stocks for? But anyway, I know you think 40 grand's enough for you. We'll see. We'll see how you feel about it when your 40 grand is worth, I don't know. I'll pick a number. $75 a share. Bill, we'll see how you feel when your 40 grand's worth 3 grand. That's 3 million. If that might take 18 months. You'll probably be gone before then. But let's say you wait until the stock is worth $75. A lot of ifs there. But let's see how you feel then. I never known anybody to get home and say, I wish I had purchased a smaller color TV. I wish I had purchased a smaller screen size. I bet if the stock goes to 75, 55, you're going to look at what you made. But if you had 80,000 shares at 75 bucks in 18 months, you'd have 6 million. You'd be able to buy 3 of your own dealerships at 2 million each. But you don't believe in the story, so there's no reason to do it. And I'm sure you're not wrong, Bill. I think you're very smart and thoughtful and kind and skilled. So you're obviously not wrong. Middle ground. Bill, Michael, you shouldn't have to defend your decision. You know better than anyone here how to deploy your. I agree with that 100%, Bill. Middle ground, I agree with you. You know better than anyone here how to deploy your resources. I agree 100%. 100%. I think that's well said. Hey, pizza rules. Still patient here. We'll add when fiscally possible. I don't think pizza rules there's going to be much more time. On the other hand, I've been wrong. Been wrong. I don't say I was wrong for August. I warned you. August in Canada and with attorneys and with busy people that have other things to do and money and children and all that, vacation city. So I don't take the blame for August, but I take the blame for July and June. I was wrong. I don't take the blame for the first week of September. And I'm not ready to take the blame for this week or next week. I said the second or third week of September. And I picked September 15th. So we'll see if I'm right. It could be October. It could be October. Ward Richardson, I was in the process of buying 73,000. Bravo. 45 4 hours ago and received 889. Yeah, Ward, I don't know if I have your email. It's already too late to tell you. I think you should have just put it in at the ask. Hopefully you have a chance tomorrow. Do what you want to do. And then if it doesn't go off, just switch it to the ask. And you'll find as long as the shorts are selling, they won't give you the ask. They'll give you below the ask. So I hope you got more shares. But if I had read that in time, I would have said just go to whatever it was, 45.77. The best way to buy silver right now, it seems to me, is if you can build a relationship with a local coin dealer and buy junk silver, constitutional silver, the margins aren't very high. They're not asking very much. I think it'll be good to have that relationship because my understanding is they're paying $2 over, they're asking $2 or $4 over spot, which sounds high, but junk silver is going to become unavailable, unobtainable. And it might be nice to have a relationship with a dealer where you bought the junk silver, a bag or two or three, and you call her up later and you say, hey, now I see that your premium is $20 an ounce. What would you offer? Well, we'll pay $10 over the spot. Well, you might say, no, I want $12 or $15. You might be surprised. It's going to go frenzy land. And anyway, that's one place I'd go. I learned that came back to me mainly because of John Quasson. But I think, Ward, the first thing I would do before it sells out, I'd buy constitutional silver. I'd buy bags of junk silver, they call it. That's U.S. coins prior to like 1965. I don't know, 1962, 1964, whatever. It's the exact year, I don't know. The Kennedy coin, I think, was 65, but it might have been 64. I think the other coins were 1962. But if I'm off by a year, it doesn't matter. Buy the bags, dimes, quarters, nickels. Put them somewhere. Don't tell anybody. Don't open them up. Don't open them up. Those will be what everybody wants. I'm telling you, the last time that I went through it, everybody, but that's right, I'm just a stock guy. Yeah, I might be a great stock guy, but I don't know anything about business or silver. Anyway, let me talk about silver as if I know something about it. When silver becomes unobtainable, the junk silver will sell out first. And retail people will pay out of their minds to get that junk silver. And that's when you sell it, if you want to. Because that way you can take that premium that retail's paying in a frenzy, you can sell, and you can immediately buy coins or bars, and you can increase the number of ounces of silver you own. So anyway, I would buy junk silver first, local dealer, but the two sources I would go to off the top of my head are, well, for junk silver right now, I would go to APMEX, APEX, American Precious Metals Exchange, APMEX. So I left the M out. APMEX, APMEX. They have a great service out of either, I forget now, Kentucky or south of Kentucky, or it's Indiana or Illinois. I don't know. It's somewhere in there. They have a huge warehouse. They're very responsive. They have huge inventory. And sometimes they have deals that are great. But once you build a relationship with them, their service is excellent. And I don't think you run the risk that they'll go out of business. I did buy a lot of silver from a great guy. I'm going to forget his name. He had a great company. But he got caught, overextended, and he went bust. And it didn't hurt me at the end of the day, but it hurt a lot of investors. So I think it's important to deal with an online exchange with wherewithal and with a bit of a track record. So anyway, that's APMEX. I would buy from APMEX junk silver until they run out. Don't open the bags, because when it comes time to sell, you're going to call them up. They're going to send you an email. You're going to sign it. They're going to give you a price. You're going to sign it. They'll send you a tag so that you can go to a shipping. They'll pay the shipping. And as long as you get it to them, I forget if it's been so long, as long as you get it back to them in 48 hours, I think it is, their price is good. They'll wire the money to you right away. So that's one place, APMEX. The second place that I would look to buy physical silver is Gold Silver, Mike Mahoney. And I have his book here somewhere, but Mike Mahoney, he's now got gray hair. I've followed him since his hair was red. And he's built up a great business. I don't get any feedback or payback from any of these guys. I wish I did. Some people do, but I don't. My second thing I would buy would be the what do they call it? The Walking Liberty. Anyway, I'd buy U.S. Liberty coins from Mike Mahoney. And if you're in Canada, I don't know if you are, you can buy Canadian coins from him as well. But he's got a more simple inventory. Therefore, I think the prices are better. But if you become one of his preferred clients, you get a bit of service. The great thing about Mahoney, his book, his videos, his team will take time to educate you, and I trust him. I would buy monster boxes if you can afford it, but don't open them. Don't open them. If you buy a monster box of the Walking Liberty, the U.S. coins, buy a sleeve of 10 or 5 also. So if you want to see them and touch them, you can open up that sleeve, but leave the box closed. I forgot. I'm just a stock guy. I forgot about that. If you don't mind, I'll pretend to talk about silver as if I know what I'm talking about. The reason I like him is the inventory is simple. He's a good alternative source if APMEX gets busy, but also he educates you. And I believe that his heart comes first. He's actually trying to help his customers. That's my read on it. I've never met him. I have no deal with him. He also has in his inventory, after you build that position, in his inventory, he has jewelry. It's very simple jewelry. It's gold. I think he might have some silver, but it's gold. Very simple. He sells some bars too, but he has gold jewelry, which you can wear around your neck, around your ankle, around your wrist. And for men and women, it's not going to make, what's that Sweeney chick? I forgot her first name. If you walk in the bar with this on, she's not going to fall in love with you. But jewelry you can fly out of your city with. I don't know if you're in Seattle or if you're in, I don't know, Chicago. You might want to get the hell out of town if society starts getting a little scary. And yes, Bitcoin has since come along and provides a way of getting out of town where, let's say you land in Lima, Peru, Bitcoin might give you a way of restarting. but also a gold necklace or a gold bracelet or more than one, you can fly. Now you got to check the rules if they've changed, but basically you can take gold jewelry out of the country. There might be some limitations, but imagine landing in Lima, Peru with 10 or 20 grand in gold and you can restart your life. That's the whole point of those sort of bland jewelry pieces he has. He has some other products too. Then I would go, there's two other places I would go. I've dealt with the Silver Doctor quite a bit. And he has, if it's the same guy, he has some really interesting pieces of silver. Limited edition. I used to buy them. I don't have them anymore. But I think those will have a lot of value in a hot market. But they're very good. They're very responsive. They're a little bit smaller, or they used to be smaller. And the other one I'd look at is Andy Schlechtman's company. I've never done business with him, Miles Franklin. Because I've listened to him a lot, and he seems to do a good, clean business. But they also have storage in, I think it's Montana or it's North Dakota, where there's an advantage to you. I've never dealt with them, but I think it comes with taxes. And that might be important depending on how many coins you have. Finally, well, there's one more place you can go. I think it's called BitGold, B-I-T, or Gold Bit, B-I-T, or something like that. It is a banking relationship, and they store, there's two of them, and I might be mixing the stories up, but they actually store gold in segregated accounts, but there's a lot of trust involved here. And you can buy your gold, and I believe your account is completely segregated, or you share it with someone. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But they give you a credit card, a debit card. So Ward, you could have 50 grand in gold at this, I think it's called, I could look it up. I'm just a stock guy. I'm just a great stock guy. I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to gold and silver. Oh, maybe it's not BitGold. That's a cryptocurrency. What's it called? Gold? No, what the hell? Darn it. Yeah, I'm just a stock guy. I can't even remember the name of this. Glint. Maybe that's it. Glint. There was another one that the doom and let me look it up, Glint. The guy, the German, the Swiss guy, Dr. Doom, he was part of a company, and I think it didn't work. That's what confuses me. Yeah, it's called Glint Ward, Glint. And what you do is you set up this card, and it's just like, I guess, trading cryptocurrencies, but you buy gold, and then you have a card, and you can spend as you travel around the world. That gives you some mobility as well. But there's a trust level there. And then that brings up the final question: where should you store your gold? Just have it at home, or where? And my number one favorite gold dealer, but you need to be investing like $500,000 or more, is Egon von Greiritz. His company used to be called something like Swiss Gold, or something like that, Swiss Mountain Gold or something. But it's now just his company. It's just his name, Egon von Greiritz. And he stores his gold. If you buy it through him, you get a great price. It's allocated to you. You don't buy coins, you're buying bars. But it's stored in the mountain in Switzerland. Or if you're buying smaller amounts, it's stored at the airports in these vaults in Switzerland. I love that. I really admire him. I followed him for a long time. Never met him, but that'd be my number one place to go store gold. But there's some risks about Switzerland. Switzerland has given up its neutrality. The modern ways of warfare, I don't think being up in the Alps is necessarily a huge blockade to troops coming in from, I don't know, China or some, for that matter, coming in from Britain or coming in from Germany. So, but anyway, that's my number one place to store. If you deal with Mike Maloney, he's got places around, but his main place to store is in, I think it's Brink storage facilities in the continental United States and I think Canada. Well, those are all fine. But if you imagine a world where there's riots and panic, you're trusting it all to the guards. But anyway, where do you store it? I don't know. The other thing is you can have it at home, and you just can't tell anybody because they'll come take it. They'll come take it. They'll come with a gun and they'll take it. There's no perfect answer to this question, by the way. I would not store gold or silver in a bank, because if there's a bank holiday, you won't be able to get to it. APMEX has storage facilities around the world, basically, and then it breaks down to Hong Kong, Singapore, United States. I don't know how I feel about all the other storage places. If you store anything in China and we go to war with China, will China be honest? I think so, but who knows? Singapore, I think, will always be honest, but what if China takes it over? Should you store in South America? I think so, it's okay, but anyway, it gets really complicated when you start thinking of storage. So that's why I always go back to Egon von Greiritz in my mind. But I haven't been in a position where to build any assets. I'm just a stock guy. I'm not a businessman, and I don't know anything about precious metals. And I'll send you as much information if I have your email as I can. Hey, Giuseppe, thanks for reviewing the gold company last night. Yeah, there is hope for the funding. I think there's also competing funding. There might be a reason to try to raise some more money with all of us, but I just really have, to the exclusion of everything, because I'm such a bad businessman, I've focused on Railtown. And that's what I'm doing. I want to be very clear that my whole heart and recommendation is for Railtown. I'm not being paid by Railtown in any way, shape, or form. Hey, bull market, afternoon. Norm Frost. Railtown is a horizontal enterprise-wide agentic AI software development company about to lead an affiliate network of vertical function-specific software solutions. I think you're mostly correct, but I actually think if someone signs up for Conductor, it is VMS. It's proprietary. I think there's a choice, but it's proprietary. The company taking it can build it in their local computer system, or they can do it in the cloud. But it takes the data from whatever the customer is. It learns, constantly learns, but it keeps all of that data in that company's vertical system. So I actually think Railtown does a lot of vertical marketing, market system or solutions itself. So I think that's one of the strengths of Railtown, because companies don't have to give out their data and information across the internet, and no one can come steal, at least theoretically, no one can come steal their agent. So it's I think your concept that Railtown is available to all competitors, all companies. In other words, if who bought this Windrift, whoever bought it, they can use Conductor to build out their thing, but so could the company that bought all the talent from Windrift. They could also use Conductor. It doesn't get into some limited silo that is only Google. I don't have the vocabulary. I'm kind of stuck. But it's sort of a supra product rather than a one company, even if the company's a giant. Norm Foss, that sounds an awful lot like Constellation Software, horizontal enterprise-wide, leading an affiliate of vertical function specific. Yes, yes. And if you take that further, Norm, the guys who created all I can think of is application. AI Partners Network. They're the same guys that funded Constellation. And they saw the power of compounding, the power of rolling up, exactly the way you describe it, taking the function-specific software and in very mature industries, but very small, fragmented, and rolling it up in this big agglomeration, going from 25 million investment to 5 billion Canadian in market cap. Pretty impressive. So they're now older, of course, but that's what they're trying to do in Canada and North America, but primarily Canada. 165 AI companies, just as you described. They've picked them. They just didn't go out and get everyone. And now they're going to roll them up, just as you're describing. And the only thing that's additive to that story is Canada is putting on a huge push on a governmental level to create AI in Canada because of Canada's huge energy resources. And data centers, therefore, could be built and have been built. And intellectual power. Canada's got a lot of intellectual power. And education, all of that. Canada and the provinces are dedicating institutions, educational facilities, money, programs, incentives to build out Canada AI. And in that kind of an environment, imagine starting Constellation Software in the AI space. And on top of that, imagine the profit margins in AI, at least over the next few years, compared to the mature software market space. It's such a huge idea. It's a magnificent idea. AI partners combined with Railtown and cross-selling Conductor across their 5,000 current clients, this story is gigantic. And I don't argue that 40,000 shares isn't enough to make a huge addition to anybody's portfolio down the road. This is huge. I mean, if Railtown were to get to $250 million in revenue, and not 100x, not 150x, not 12x, what should I use, 25 or 50x? Let's use 25x. But if they got to 250 million next year forward, that's a $6 billion company, and it's still growing. Divided by 200 million shares, I don't know how many shares they'll have. This is a $31 stock. So I would argue that 40,000 shares is plenty, it's enough. But 80,000 sounds a lot better to me. But 40 is great. 40 is great. 80,000 times 31, 25 is $2.5 million. Of course, with 40,000, it's $1.5 million. Anyway, people make their choices. And Norm Foss, the only other thing that comes to mind with your comment is, imagine if I'm wrong and Microsoft doesn't buy Railtown. Imagine if Constellation Software buys Railtown for stock. They're buying companies with 12 and 15 and maybe 20, I don't know, for all of them. Profit margins, 12%, 15%. What would they pay for a portfolio earning 60% profit margins and growing? I don't know. It's very exciting, Norm, but it's better to have a half position than a whole position when you're excited. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Hey, so now what? How are you? Jeremy Bodel, when finger going to squeeze? Thank you for taking the time to type carefully. Finger will never squeeze. Never. Is that enough of an answer? I suppose there's a small chance that finger will squeeze if a group of investors offshore buys up a lot of stock. They go to Univest or they go to another firm and they go to their trading desk. They go offshore. They give $1, $2, $5 million to that team and say, start buying stock. We'll back it up with another 30 million. Start buying stock and compete against the toad. And in that case, you might get a squeeze. It'll be manipulated. It'll be longs breaking the same security laws that the shorts are, but they have to be careful because if they get caught, they're going to be in trouble because the SEC goes after the longs. They don't go after the toad. It says they are, but you don't ever see anything. Anyway, it might someday, but I don't think finger's going to squeeze. But thank you, Jeremy, for your thoughtful question. Hey, it's almost legend. It's William Wednesday. If it were to happen that there's no announcement about Railtown next week, what would be your outlook going forward? That's a good question. I like that one because it's the question that I always fear. I was only joking, my dear, looking for a way to hide my fear. What kind of fool am I? I could never win, never, never win. Bum, bum. Ever since I was a kid in school, I messed around with all the rules, apologized, then realized I'm not different after all. Me and the boys thought we had it sussed, Valentino's all of us. My dad said we looked ridiculous, but boy, we broke some hearts. In and out of jobs, running free, waging war with society. Dumb blanks faces stared back at me, but nothing ever changed. Promises made in the heat of night, creeping home before it got too late. I wasted all that precious time and blamed it on the wine. I was only joking, my dear, looking for a way to hide my fear. What kind of fool was I? I could never win. Bum, bum, bum. Never found a compromise. Collected lovers like butterflies. Illusions of that grand first prize are slowly wearing thin. Susie, baby, oh, you were good to me, giving love unselfishly, but you took it all too seriously. I guess it had to end. And then the repeat, and here it comes. Now you ask me if I'm sincere. That's the question I always fear. Verse 7 is never clear, but I'll tell you what you want to hear. I try to give you all you want, but giving love is not my strongest point. If that's the case, it's pointless going on. I'd rather be alone. 'Cause what I'm doing must be wrong. Pouring my heart out in a song. Owning up for prosperity for the whole damn world to see. I think that word should have been posterity, but hey, I'm not a rock star. But anyway, that's the question I always fear. What if it takes longer than what I said? Somebody's talking outside my window. My reaction, if it takes longer than next week, my first reaction is gonna be, darn it, and I'm gonna be pissed off. And then I'm gonna know I'm gonna have to get on here every day to keep the fudsters from scaring everybody into selling stock, and they will hit the stock. They will try to get it down. So that's going to be my first reaction. But here's what's going on. There are buyers of Railtown in Canada. The shorts are not going to be able to get the stock down because those buyers are coming in and they're going to keep it up. They're going to keep a firm price. But then you got to ask, why is it taking so long? So you got to go back to the same decision tree. Is the deal falling apart? I don't think so. The company has announced deals together with AIP and Railtown together. So check. That shows they're working together. AIP Network Partners Corp is in a weaker position to roll up its companies standing all by itself. So AIP has a keen interest in joining Railtown because together they present a formidable, more valuable company to negotiate the roll-up prices with the roll-up companies out of the gate. So I don't see any reason why AIP is going to voluntarily say, we don't want to join with you. We've been working with you now for 6 months and we're going to change our mind. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. But what about the other hand? Would Railtown say, you know what, we've worked with you now for 6 months. We no longer want to do the deal. Would that happen? I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. Why? The cross-selling possibilities for Railtown of Conductor across 165 companies and their existing 5,000 customers is just too great. It's just too great. Somebody's knocking on my door. I don't know what that is. Let me go see. Damn it. They're being insistent. Yes.
I've got two things. One, this is a friend of mine who's going to be doing some work upstairs, and the bathroom is over your kitchen, and so I just wanted to have him see what was down below there, just so.
Go ahead. I'm on a call.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
All right. So this is about.
Anyway, somebody wanting to work on my doing something.
The bathroom.
So the only way I think that this would fall apart from Railtown standpoint is for some reason, they don't want to make cross sales to 5,000 end customers. I don't see that happening either. I'm almost sledging. So to me, it's hard to concentrate. To me, the merger is going forward. I do not see any risk of the merger falling apart. Then the second question is, well, what if you're wrong about that? I don't think, if the merger falls apart, that Railtown's in any trouble of not going to $2, $3, $4. It'll take longer, but it'll happen. So I don't think that's a real risk, and even if it does happen, I don't think it's going to affect the future of the sort of 10x, 12x target. It might just take longer. So then what would be the reason that it wouldn't happen next week? I think the only thing it could be is lawyers taking too long. And if the attorneys are taking too long, does that mean that the fundamental story has changed? I don't think so. I don't think so. So what was number two?
When will you have a couple of minutes?
Well, I'm probably got another 45 minutes here. So
All right.
Maybe at 6 o'clock.
Okay. The reason why, you see, I'm fixing this place up. My friend Ogden here does roofs, so he's going to be working on the roof.
Okay.
He's going to be working on the bathroom. Sue Dupre and I are going to be selling this house.
Okay.
There's this thing called TOPA, if you're interested in it. And, Ogden rents some space for me in the basement, so he's been a tenant for a while, storing stuff down there. The price is going to be about 1.8 million. And I don't know if that's in your price range or not. Because by the time the roof is going to cost us, he just, was up there looking at the roof and, said, all right, that's going to be about 150 plus, all the stuff. So are you interested at all or not?
I'm on a conference call. I'm not going to answer that live, but
Okay.
let me think about it. And yeah, I'll get back to you on it.
Right.
And I'd like to see the
Here,
TOPA.
I will give you this thing here, which I printed off. And this is the address, and this has information in it about like Sue. Oh, that one doesn't. Sue does. About Sue, that from Sue Dupre. And,
Okay.
And so basically, you don't get to choose the price, but what you do get is, and the question is who might be interested in the purchase. Now, Ogden, because he's been renting space in the basement for me since way before you came here. He has the same option as you.
Even though he doesn't live here.
No, it doesn't have to do with,
Okay,
it's just, I don't know, I think it has to do with tenancy. But,
All right,
but I just want to let you know that, I don't know, and if,
all right. Let me read it and I'll
It's
get
in,
back to you.
it's in your price range, not.
Okay,
All right.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, guys, sorry about that. Well, that was distracting. And a little rude when I said, anyway. So anyway, I'm almost legend. I do not think the deal is falling apart. So that would not be my concern. Even if it did fall apart, I think Railtown is worth $4 or $5. Might take longer, but it still is. Okay, why wouldn't it get done by next week? To me, it's only because the lawyers haven't finished the paperwork. So it goes back to the same thing that Bill Miko feels. If the lawyers don't get it done, there must be something wrong. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Now, if you have a business decision that you think is important to make before the end of September, well, then you got to do it. But I think the logic implied that because it's taking so long, something's wrong is, in this case, not correct. Typically in a trade, the more time there is, it kills the trade. I'm distracted by that. Let me just take a deep breath and get back to answering your question, because it is a good question. So if it's not done next week, and only meat's done, I know. So if the deal's not completed until next week, or isn't completed next week, you got to ask yourself why. And one thing would be that it broke up. I don't think there's a remote chance of that happening. I think they're in bed together, they're working together, they're dreaming together, they're building together. I don't think that'll be a reason. So what would be another reason? Regulators. I can't do anything about that. But if the regulators are asking for more money, more information, if the regulators need more time because they're regulators, well, I don't think that breaks up the story. I don't think it breaks up the story. I hope it's not that, because then that becomes unpredictable. I don't think it'll be that. Canada, remember, is trying to make AI happen. So I do not think regulators are going to be the reason for a delay. What could be the other thing? The attorneys haven't finished the paperwork. Why haven't the attorneys finished the paperwork? They don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't think that's the case. They're working with the shorts. That's entirely feasible. But in this case, there's nothing the shorts can do to screw up the deal. Nothing. Or to cause the company to issue too many shares. Or to take a toxic note. It's just, the shorts are going to be disappointed. So even if they're working with the attorneys, somehow, it's not going to work. How much could they delay it? I don't think the attorneys can delay very much longer, because the business, let me finish. What would the other reason be for the delay? The other reason would be that some big thing happened. For example, I'll just give you, I don't think it'll happen, but I'll give you what if. What if NVIDIA called up and said, you know what, we want to buy you, and we're willing to pay $75 a share. Yeah, but we haven't merged yet. We're willing to pay $75 a share, fully diluted, after the merger. Well, we got to get that paperwork done. We'll get it done. And let me know. And maybe they come. I don't personally, I'm almost legend. These guys are not going to sell at $75. I don't think, even now. I don't know what they're thinking, but 100 or 125 now versus 200 in a year and a half, they might do that. So let's say they go back to them and say it's 100 or $125. Well, that would delay everything. A buyout by NVIDIA, I made it up. I'm completely pulling this out of my hat. But if a buyout happened, I don't know. It would add time. I think it could add 60 days, 90 days. But in that case, I think there'd have to be an announcement. And why would we care? We'd be waiting. If there's a buyout, I don't think there is, by the way. My point is, a delay beyond September 15th, give or take, could be a big event. It could be, I don't know, a third company wants to come into the merger. So it's Railtown, AI Partners, and Cohere. It's impossible to make up a logical story. But to me, the only reason it would delay beyond next week is something big behind the scenes. It could be a huge new contract. Maybe Amazon comes in and asks for and it's a gigantic thing. And so they say, whoa, 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 whoa. Before we got to get this paper written up in our total documents too. So anyway, the only reason for a delay beyond next week or so would be something big, something huge. That's good for us. It's not good to Bill Miko because it's time and he has other things to do with his money. And you might too. I'm almost legend. You might too. But to me, the only reason for a delay would be good news. Now, what works in your favor? I'm almost legend. What works in your favor for this to get done this week or next week? Frankly, let's say by the end of September. What works in your favor is you've got really talented financial guys at Railtown and really talented software guys who know the AI business, who know that the time, what's the word? Hit while the iron's hot or something? The time to hit the iron to fry your eggs is right now. I forget the expression. They got to go now. The businessmen are going to drive this. We have to go now. We need to announce this. We have to get it done. There's money out there for us. There's investors that want to buy our stock in the open market. These institutions want to own their full position before the end of the third quarter or before the end of the year, and we've got to get going. That's in your advantage. That's also true on the AIP side. We need to get this deal done so we can start rolling up the best of these companies before they change their mind, or before someone else flirts with them, or before someone else lies to them and convince them to drop their panties, and the next thing you know, they're pregnant with someone else. It's time to go. That's my point. Businesses are going to tell you the businessmen are going to tell the attorneys it's time to go. So I think it'll be next week. That's my opinion. Could it be? Let me look at the calendar. Let me see what September looks like. Oh, it's Jewish New Year on the 22nd. To the extent any investors or bankers are Jewish, I guess they're going to want to get it done by the end of next week, because it's Jewish New Year on the 22nd. I don't know how long it lasts. That's a reason to get it done. I bet at least some of the bankers are Jewish. Yom Kippur begins at 1 sundown on October 1. Canadian Thanksgiving Day is October 13th. I think there's a lot of reasons this is going to get done by the end of next week. There's a lot of confusion on that calendar. Anyway, I'm sorry I got distracted by that guy. He was pounding and pounding, and I've lost all the messages. I lost all the messages. Did I turn off the computer or something? Anyway, I'm almost legend. If you said something else from 2:38 to 3:38, I lost all messages. I lost them all. So now it's ex-Muslim. Are you aware how many Muslims have run away from their religion? If you don't know the truth apart from the cocoon you live in, I'd advise you to shut the fuck up. It doesn't sound like you're a Muslim. In this modern century, they can't spread their religion by sword and blood, so they do it differently now. Just you wait. Look at Europe now and see who is constantly migrating there. It's all by design, my dear friend. It could be. It could also be that the countries who have a crisis of water, like Ethiopia and maybe Eritrea, the Sudan, other countries like this, are Muslim. But the people are starving and they move. It could be that. I'm not afraid of the Islamic faith. Islam is a religion of peace. I am afraid of religious wars and this kind of hatred that you're expressing, But what you're describing does not give Israel the right to bomb and attack any country near it. It's 8 million people in Israel who, I guess, believe in God. Maybe. They might be secular. And those 8 million, I guess, are Jewish. I don't know. I don't live there. But 70% of them think killing the Palestinian people, slaughtering children, is okay. According to polls I've heard. Again, I don't live there. Um, uh, I don't see why the three Abrahamic faiths, I wish I hadn't lost all those messages. I don't see why the three Abrahamic faiths can't live in peace. I don't see why Muslims, Jews, and Christians can't live in peace. We have the same essential book, basically. We have the same God, I believe. And there are differences on opinions on who Jesus Christ was. But I think all three faiths are waiting for the Messiah, or I don't know the word in Islam. In the Jewish faith, they're waiting for the Messiah. In Christianity, we're waiting for the return of the Messiah. And in Islam, they're waiting for God in a format. Why can't we get along? Why do we have to kill each other? I have a lot of Muslim friends. Some don't believe in God, some believe in God. I think the believers in the Islamic faith who I know that are my friends, they're more dear and more childlike, which is, I think, good in their relationship with God than anybody I know, except for, frankly, my godmother and probably a couple of my Catholic friends, 3 or 4. But they have a great relationship with God. And my friend, ex-Muslim, why don't you concentrate on your relationship with God rather than worrying about hating all these other people? Because at the end of the day, as I just experienced, when you lie in a room and everything runs out on you, it's going to be your relationship with God that matters, not about your hatred for Muslims invading Europe. They were encouraged to come. There's a population crisis. Women aren't having children. Everything flows from everything. And when women decide that men are the problem and that they've been held down somehow for generations, and from this invention from the last 100 years, they've been so mistreated, women have, by men, that men let women run education, run for office. But boy, men are terrible. Well, one of the consequences is there's a decline in the population. So when the banks look at that, when property values and markets value the future, and they see that there's going to be a population crash, what's one of the answers? Bring in people who are having children near Europe. Not Russians on the scale, Muslims. And it's not all Muslims. Africans are having children, and they're invited in. It's not there are people who have a lot of anger against the West and Israel for the Nakba and for the for the bombing of girls and boys in all the wars. There's a lot of anger left. And there's young men who don't have jobs. And you move too many people in without an assimilation, you're asking for trouble. And then there's young women who have gotten used to a Western society where they can basically, if there's nothing left to the imagination as they walk around. Well, you have these guys come up from, anyway, it's a recipe for a disaster. I think the importation of tens of millions of people without any kind of assimilation, there's going to be trouble. But I don't think it's about Islam. I don't think it's about Islam. And I don't think Israel slaughtering Palestinians is somehow made right by your arguments. Look at Europe and now and see who's constantly migrating there. It's all by design. They now want a mosque on every corner. Fine. Have you ever heard the call to prayer? Have you been to Cairo? To me, there's nothing more beautiful than the call to prayer. I have a friend, her mother came in, her mother grew up in Czechoslovakia, and her parents, their foreign service, came in. We all went out. We were meeting for some reason on Sunday. And I don't know if I was in the car or they're talking about it afterward. I think it was in the car. But we couldn't find a place to park because of all the churches, all the Christian churches everywhere. And people get to park for free and block the churches. And she said it with very colorful language because she doesn't believe in God. What's wrong with having mosques? I mean, dude, are you an ex-Muslim or are you Jewish? That's just the first step. Wait till they plan to convert all of you. Well, the Catholics converted Muslims at the end of the sword and the threat of the stake and fire during the Spanish Inquisition, for example. I think they did it with the Jews as well. Essentially die or convert to Catholicism. I don't think the Muslims are going to do that. They did it in the Crusades. People can make up their own minds. I mean, my dad would disagree, and I think I would probably disagree now. But if people want to convert to Islam or Judaism, a lot of the people in Israel converted to Judaism. I don't know how many. It happens all the time. Many women that I've dated or tried to date end up marrying the Jewish guy and converted. So, I don't know. One of my girlfriends converted to the great angel god Moroni. What's your point about that? They have never liked you or what you stand for, and they're jealous. Islam is not number one in the world. By what reckoning? I think you've got a screw loose somewhere. I think Islam is number one in the world in terms of population. Let me look it up. All right. Well, if you classify Christianity as one big religion, It is the biggest. It's 2.4 billion. Islam is 2 billion. But you know what? Christianity breaks apart. You got Catholics, you got Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, you've got all the Protestants. So I actually think Islam, I know it's Sunni and Shia, but I think Islam could be number one. Number three is Hinduism, 1.1 billion. Unaffiliated, the ones going to hell. I'm just kidding. 1.2 billion. Buddhism, 531 million. Growth in Islam. Islam is experiencing significant growth. High fertility rates. You're going to blame the religion for that? In the West, we've decided that women can do everything men do better than men. And in fact, we should be on a campaign that women should do everything men do. You can debate it, that women can do something better than men. But I know one thing. Whatever women can do, they can have children. And if you do comparative advantage, you'd argue they should have children instead of doing those other things. But that's just logic. That's economics. But women can have children. Men can't have children. So while women are coming over doing everything men can do, they're not doing what they can do in terms of population. It's fine. I don't want to argue about it. It's fine. But it's a decision. It's a decision. It's an experiment. And so you're upset that there's more population and they're taking over. It sounds like a decision on our part too. But if you're trying to get me, I think you're Jewish. If you're trying to get me, I don't know. Not that it's bad that you're Jewish. I'm just saying that you're a Zionist. If you're trying to get me to support the destruction and the genocide in Gaza because of your racist hatred, you're not going to do it. These are only terrorist organizations. They are small fly. Do you know how Qatar and many Arab governments are funding building mosques in the Western countries and how they've planned it? So we should bomb Qatar? Get their population to slowly move to the West? Hey, that's life. Life in the fast lane. People move around. The West moved and took all the land of the Indians here, took all the land of the Aborigines in Argentina. Australia. Probably did in Argentina too. Spanish went in and wiped out the Aztecs or whatever was left. What's your point? So stop talking about it. Here's your point. Stop talking about Israel and Judaism, which predates all Abrahamic religions. They have occupied there many thousand years ago, even before your favorite Hamas or the fabricated Palestine. That you're just believing your own. You're believing your own propaganda. Christianity Jesus was Jewish, as you know. And Christianity came as a new covenant. But the problem is that, and they read it out the other day in Mass, and I wonder why they go so through it all, because they're trying to link Christ through Joseph all the way back to David. And I guess they do it. Everyone believes it. But Christianity is deeply embedded in the Jewish faith. So is Christianity deeply affected by uh, Plato and the Greek philosophers, by the Roman Empire. There's a lot of things that all blend in. Uh, but I don't remember any of that. All I remember goes back about 60 years. That's it. I bet that's at the most, that's what you remember. What happened 3,000 years ago in a desert with the pharaohs and with God? There were people that lived there. I can't remember all the names. They say them in the Bible. Confuses the hell out of me. There were Semites and different types from different uh, uh, empires, Persia, Turkey, and then the rest. What does it mean to be Jewish? What does it mean to be a Semite? Everybody is mixed together. There's Christians in Gaza, by the way, that you are killing, Catholics that you are killing, atheists. Palestine is not fabricated. Israel is fabricated. Israel is made up. I missed 45 minutes. Those guys came in. I must have touched something. I don't know. Good for you. You bought 2,000 more. That's great. I know who it is. Ward. I missed anything Ward said back to me. It's just screwed up. Good for you, Dutchamp. I'll finish it, but then I'm blocking you. Just keep living in your nice little basement with your rosy. This is not a basement, but thank you. With your rosy, all people are good thoughts. I think all people are God's children. I think a lot of people like yourself can get overtaken by hatred and evil, uh, but that's not my job. Um, if you've listened to me long enough, I think where I fall down is not on the side that everybody's good. I probably fall on the side that everyone here is a short seller. So I don't know. If you really feel the news something, then please do like Greta Thunberg. I don't like Greta Thunberg. What do I have to do like she? I hope I don't have your name, so I don't know what to say. At least she's making an effort there to go there on a flotilla. You just talk big, but no action. That's fair enough. It's fair enough. I haven't taken any action. I think about that a lot. But ex-Muslim, I like to be effective at what I do. And she gets cameras and she gets attention. I don't. If I went in a flotilla, I'd probably drown. And, someone would steal my flip flops and my belt. And the vultures and the seabirds would get me. There's no good to me to join a flotilla. So just fuck off there, stay there, do all the good that you've been preaching in your YouTube channel to show how noble you are. It's fair enough. I'm not trying to be noble. I do think that people who study Germany and people who lived in Germany, the question always comes up, how can you let it happen? And I think it's because people didn't speak up. So to the extent that my saying something is speaking up, I guess that's what you're doing. I'm doing. But you're right. It's kind of a self improving thing. It doesn't get anything done, and you know, I'm not out fighting. But what's to fight? You want me to go slaughter some Palestinians? Drop some bombs on Palestine? Is that what you want me to do? Don't just talk. God, this is a nightmare. And make it a one-way trip. Yeah. Ward, yeah, I think you're going to learn a lesson. I think you're going to learn a lesson. No, I don't know, actually. But I think you could learn a lesson tomorrow. What if it opens tomorrow at $1.25? You're going to learn a lesson. You can buy something, but not as much. I think it's really foolish to try to make half a penny, three quarters of a penny on the purchase and then miss out on buying it altogether. But I actually think you'll be able to buy tomorrow. And wow, it closed at 47.10. Wow, pretty good. I think you'll be able to buy tomorrow. So you got a chance, but you probably pay 50 cents tomorrow. I don't know. I when they're selling it to you, why, if you go in at the ask, they don't want the ask to be taken out. So that they're going to fill you in the middle and they're just going to print shares that don't exist. Why are you trying to make a fraction of a penny better price? It's just not the smartest thing to do. So you you end up not buying 72,000 shares or whatever it is. All because you're trying to get a tiny. I think it's silly, but as long as the criminals are selling stock, you're not going to pay the ask anyway. And even if you do pay the ask, what is it? A penny higher, three quarters of a penny. Love that Bill Michael gave a good, thoughtful reality check to Biden cranky twin. Can see he's wobbly and fumbling when got outsmarted, and thus the long-winded explanation. How embarrassing. I got distracted because my landlord came in banging on the door, bringing somebody with him, giving me some sort of form that he's selling the building and I can buy it. And I told him I needed time and he kept talking to me. That's why I was fumbling around. And the place is a mess. I would have preferred that he hadn't done that. Let me be clear to you, ex-Muslim. Bill Michael made a mistake. He's a wealthy man. And at first I didn't know that, or I forgot it. So I actually, at first, a couple of days, last week, reacted, wow. And then but also something doesn't ring true in his story. I thought he had already sold that, but I guess he wants to sell it again. That's possible. That is possible. You can rebuild a business. But I think he made a mistake, ex-Muslim. I'd be very clear about it. He waited, he says 6 months. I have no reason to doubt it. He has 80,000 shares. He sold 40,000 last week. And his reason that he gave was that the stock could go to 20 cents if the news doesn't come out soon. I think that's very flawed reasoning. It's a mistake. He's wealthy, apparently. He's got money. The second reason he gave is he's buying a piece of equipment. And equipment always loses value just as soon as you buy it. But if you assume it maintains its value, it's going to produce $5,000 profit a month, I guess forever, with no maintenance costs. And that's a better alternative than owning Railtown. Well, I think he could have gotten 17 or 18 grand elsewhere. I don't know any equipment that pays $5,000 a month, but I'm not a businessman. He is, I'm not. I'm just a great stock guy. But the numbers don't quite make sense. But anyway, I'm sure it's true. But I think if he had waited till this week, next week, third week, he's going to find out he could have bought many of those machines for that same 40,000 shares. He still thinks in dollars. I'm thinking in units of stock. And I think the 40,000 shares, my ex-Muslim Jewish Mick Kraut friend, is going to be $5 or $10 in a month, and you're going to be losing a lot of money, and he's going to be missing out on, I don't know, 400 grand. But it doesn't matter to him because he's already rich. I've actually had wealthy clients, and that kind of money matters to wealthy clients. But he's a good guy. He doesn't have that same hang up with money that a lot of wealthy people do. So I think he made the right decision for himself. And let me show you ex-Muslim. Let's just pick one of these. Let's pick Chain Guard. What if Railtown comes out with 40 million in revenue and achieves a value of 88 times revenue? That's 3.5 billion. What if they get that announced out over the next 4 to 6 weeks? Ex-Muslim. 3.5 billion. Divided, let's use 200 million shares. $17 a share. If that happens within 6 months, Bill Miko will have left almost $700,000 on the table. Is that embarrassing? Maybe not. Let's pick another one. Let's pick Harvey at 75 million, and they get 67x. What if Railtown's valued at 5 billion over the next few months? That's $25 a share. And ex-Muslim, if that happens, let's say by January, Bill Miko will have left $1 million on the table. Who will be embarrassed then? On the other hand, he'll make $1 million on the shares he kept. But thank you, ex-Muslim. I think, I think ex-Muslim, I appreciate that you showed up. But, oh, darn it. Now I've lost all these other comments. Let me see. Ward said, you live in Northern Virginia, Ward? We can get together. I lost all the comments. I don't know how. It must be my computer. I can't remember my position the last time I told you. But now I have 29,543. Okay. That's awesome. Champ is here. And I can't see who said anything above. I've lost all my messages for some reason. So sorry. I guess I got rattled. All right. All right. Now I feel unsettled. There's no comments. I don't know what happened. So, guys, I'm sorry. I lost everything. There's not a single comment. Oh, there. I see some comments, not all of them. Maybe there are some here. All right. Maybe there's some, not all. So I did a bad job on I'm Almost Legend. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done next week, I think it'll be done the following week. There's no advantage to delaying this. The deal is going through. The revenues involved are gigantic. The partnership is gigantic. The upside is gigantic. They can't wait any longer. So if it's not this coming week, it'll be the following week. If it's not that, I really don't know what to say. Hey, Steve. Hey, Richard K. Well, I don't know when's MMTLP's settlement coming in. I don't think you're going to have a chance to load up on Railtown. Number one, I don't think there is a settlement for MMTLP. But if there is it happening next week? Is it happening this year? There'll be other ideas. I don't think there'll be one that I'm as convinced of as Railtown. But there may be one or two other AI transactions I see. I know there's going to be oil and gas and mining transactions that I see. So there'll be things to do. But thank you for watching. Charlie Kirk was shot. Things are not going well in the United States. Wow. China-Russia pipeline is seen displacing 1/3 of LNG gas imports. That's huge. But hey, at least we'll be bombing Arabs on behalf of Israel. Is there anyone restricted from buying during the quiet period that would want the price to stay near 50 and not let it? Yeah, everybody wants to pay the right price, but no, they won't be able to control that. I think more interesting, it's a good question, but I think a more interesting question is, are there large buyers who want to buy the stock, and then we have a squeeze? What do they do in that event? My opinion is if the large buyers come in and they build their position, let's say $5, $6, $7, and it squeezes, they're not going to come out. They're not going to come out. But yeah, there's people who cannot buy, who would love to buy at 50 cents. And I bet they'll come in as soon as there's an announcement, they'll try to buy at 50 cents. I think ex-Muslim will try to short the stock. But they're going to run out of shorting power. They're going to run out of shorting power. Is there anyone restricted from buying that would want the price to stay and not let retail run it up? They won't be able to stop it. Yeah, I mean, you can at the same time sell stock at 50 cents, so you can buy stock at 50 cents. Doesn't make sense. Hey, Donna, that's great. I'll write that down. I missed about 45 minutes of messages, so if people did anything, I can't write it down, but that's all right. I know, Richard, that's horrible. I didn't always like his views, but he was courageous. You know, wasn't Martin Luther King killed at 31? 33? 36? So young, so young. I know, Giuseppe, that's terrible. Northern Virginia. Well, Ward, you and I can meet sometime when because I go out there quite a bit. Account settings. Long live Israel and William. I know, we talked about it. Account settings. I know, we talked about it. The official short on Railtown has increased to 330,000. Thank you, Frankie. They're keeping the price down. There's no question about it. There's no question about it. None whatsoever. Well, it's 6 o'clock. I feel completely discombobulated at the end. I got to work on that now. All right. I'd love to hear about the MMTLP settlement. And that's too bad about Charlie Kirk. There's an older guy. There's an older guy that shot him. Elderly man. Oh, he's not he's just a guy that said he did it, but he didn't. MLK was 39 when he died, but still, that's very young. Very, very young. All right, I'm going to leave it because I don't know what else to do. All right, thank you, everyone, and please tune in to Ex-Muslim. He wants you to hate Palestinians and all Muslims. I guess that's the way we got to go. Do we have to go to this war? Does the world have to do this? I hope not. Anyway, peace to everybody.